Hey, welcome to the game, everybody. Um, this is the Great American Experience happening again, and it is Thanksgiving's Eve. Welcome to the show. I'm the Wizard of Oz, and this is not my show. This is your show, and it's all about what's going on with you. So grab a link and let's get the party started. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. All right. We'll wait for all these links to navigate, propagate, and all right. So give me just a moment. I'll be right back in two and two. Hey, what's up? Welcome in. Come on up. Grab a link. Let's get this party started. I know I'm late tonight. Sorry about that. Bad company and had a lot of things going on. And yeah, sorry about that. And the holiday and everything. Probably won't be doing a show tomorrow night. I'm gonna be having dinner with family and all that jazz. That's gonna happen over the next few days. Like I said, I got a lot of Thanksgiving dinners to go to. None of them I have to cook. So rock and roll. All right, guys. All right. I see there's two people in there. Let's see what's going on. So the White House is announcing plans to release 50 million barrels of oil from the reserves. They just can't wait to make us dead, broke, and desperate. So let's see here. Yeah, I know it's a holiday eve and all that stuff. If we don't get somebody coming up on the screen, I'll probably just go ahead and call it, I guess. But I don't know. Anybody there? Hello? Yeah. Well, with hey, Brandon, how you doing? You showed up. That's right. This show is for you. That's right. There you go. Thanks for showing up. Rock on. Yeah. The puppies are here and they're totally crashed out. They're all they're all crashed out and snoring, farting. It's so cute. Oh, and the smell is just so horrible. Who knew cute puppies like this could smell so bad? It's horrible. But yeah, it's getting ready to rain, so Ranger will be in here shortly. I just got to keep an eye out on when the water starts falling from the sky. He wants to be inside, so we'll get him in there. I know, right? We have two males and a female that still need homes, so we getting close. And then again, I'll feel so much better once they all get home. Rock on. Come on up, girls. Let me put the links up there. Come on up. Let's just, yeah, come on up. Brandy Lynch, this is a perfect night. Go ahead. Come on, grab a link. Come on up. Let's, Huckleberry will be up here soon. You'll have company. And what's on your mind? That's all we want to talk about. Oh, man. I wish I could play music, but at this point, you know, these the censorship and stuff is so stupid. Won't let us do it. But no, there's right, no yard. Oh wow. Hey, what's up, Zoom? Yeah, that kind of sucks. That's what I was thinking, Brandy. Seriously. And I do have permission to play some music, and it's badass music, but my um, I have problems propagating it to the screen, to the laptop. It just doesn't come through right. Like they've been able to modify sound wave or frequency coming out of another speaker. Really weird. I'll try. Watch this. Let's see here. Do, 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 do. Let's go here. Go to the playlist. And well, that's not exactly right. Oh, here it is. Here's the one I got the permissions. Jeremy Dodd. See what I'm talking about? It just doesn't get loud enough. Hold on, I got to do this a different way. All right. Oh, damn it. There we go. Try this again. All right. Here we go. It's actually crashed my browser. Oh, great. I'll be right back. Yeah, it crashed my browser. See? Yeah, the fire's nice, isn't it? I like that. But we can't see it when it's just me on the screen because it fills the whole screen. I can't even make it smaller. I don't think. Nope, not with the background. Not unless there's somebody else up here with me. Hey, Colonel Shaw, salute. Yeah, I was trying to share out that video and crashed my browser. Oh, you need a link? Okay, here we go. You messed up your backside, huh, Colonel Shaw? Oh man. Hey, I just got notification we went live. Imagine that. Imagine we'll get some people in now. But yeah, Colonel Shaw, come on up. Come on up. Yes, the butt. What in the butt? Fire in the bowl. Brought to you by sausagegravybiscuitfarms.com. For all your seed needs, he's the man to see. It's right there. Right there. There. Rock on. In the weekend, Wiz. All right. Hey, Zoom, look up Jeremy Dodge. That guy has got some awesome patriot music. It's incredible. All right. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can get a link. All right. Here's one. Can you guys hear that? Can you guys hear the? Hey, Tim, welcome in. Happy Thanksgiving to you too. Yeah. But this link here I'm putting in right now, it's to the game playlist. It's got all my favorite Patriot music songs on it. Check that out. Bookmark it. It's got Smart Drivers kicking. Okay, copy. Okay. All right. That should help out a little bit. Get rid of some of that bandwidth usage. But yeah, if you go to that link, that'll put you on the playlist and just bookmark that. And you'll be able to hit the playlist for the Great American Experience whenever you're ready, whenever you want. Yeah, that is one thing, Colonel. Right. So, but yeah, there's so much stuff to be thankful for, and that's what I'm looking for. You know, I I'm thankful for my family, for my pets, for my friends. for you guys, and I consider you guys kind of friends and family, and thankful for my health, what I have. I'm able to do everything pretty much that I need to do. Thankful just to be alive. I wake up every morning. I'm able to walk across the floor and I can see and hear. And yeah, absolutely. I'm focused on with, you're going to make me blush. I was like, come on up, Huckleberry. What thought you was coming up? You little pie maker, you. Big pie maker, you should say. Right. You're focused on Huck. Yeah, I know, right? Huckleberry. But yeah, come on up. Let's start the conversation and get this party going. It's Thanksgiving's Eve. What are you thankful for? Come on up and tell us. It's Squirrel. What's up, Squirrel?
Hello, how are you?
Hey, Schumer and Pelosi. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. What are you
Yeah,
thankful for today?
what am I thankful for? Um, Having hands to make pumpkin pie.
Yeah, that's
Um,
awesome.
Thankful for my squirrel.
For your squirrel. Careful what you say there, girl. You're going to call him out. Don T's in there. I can just feel it. He's going to come up and talk about your squirrel.
That's why I put squirrel in big letters.
Right. Rock on.
Do you know what? His wife probably has him busy doing all the prepping for her food
Hmm.
because
Yep.
she's got 3 ovens to use.
I know, right? And
Yeah,
that big brand new kitchen.
yes, I'm jealous. He'll be in a food coma tomorrow night about this time.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Yeah, I got to go to my mother's place tomorrow evening.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. And there's several of us getting together over there. And then I've got a Thanksgiving dinner on Friday and then another one on Sunday with my kids. And and then we're still gonna have a turkey in the freezer. So I'll probably make a Thanksgiving dinner the following week or two.
Oh my.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
What's that called? Tryptophan that's in the turkey?
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Tryptophan, I'm gonna be tired, coma out. Yeah. But my youngest brother is a half brother. He's
Hmm.
probably gonna have me pretty messed up before I leave. So
Really?
it's gonna be kind of difficult. It'll be it'll be a quick drive home. I'll put it that way, even if it takes me a while. Yeah,
So,
Colonel. Go
Colonel.
ahead.
Oh, he was just saying his bum hurt.
Yeah, he said he pulled something. Somebody pulled your leg and you messed up your bum.
I'm pulling chat up so I can see it.
Yeah, Bill says Huckleberry blurs my vision.
Why?
Not sure.
Get up here, Bill.
You know, Colonel, they can't attack my freedom. They may try. They may make it more difficult, but they can't attack freedom because that has to be given up. At least in this country. You know, I understand that they're got some crazy stuff going on over in Europe, man. God bless you all. But I am not giving it up. They don't have to take it from me. That's just the way I feel about it. You know, everybody's worried about them taking the guns. There's a reason we have guns because they're going to have to come and take our freedom. That's what it is. It's just representation of freedom. And I'll never give it up. They have to kill me to get it. Hey, there's Wild Bill.
Hey, Bill.
Hummers aren't Jeeps.
Why am I going to blur your vision?
Because I never see you. You're always a blur.
Oh, I'm a squirrel.
Yeah. You always blur
You know
my
what?
vision. Huh?
I want to say fire in the bowl. Fire in the bowl. Starting off this party.
It's
God
too
bless.
early.
Too early? No way. 11:30 your time. It's not even early at all. It's almost the end of the day.
Yeah,
Well,
Bill. At this hour, I'm not. I'm not presentable.
all the more reason.
Maybe Christmas.
Colonel says, Huck is a talking squirrel. Oh, man, that's funny stuff. Killing me.
So it dawned on me today. There was a bunch of veterans that were checking in on another channel over here, and it dawned on me today. This is exactly 40 years since I got out of the military.
Oh, wow.
It's been exactly 40 years. I was honorably discharged in November of 1981.
December 80. I was out December 83. Well, no, 86. December 2nd, 86.
Yeah, for me, it was November 1981. I had to wait till I turned 18. I tried to get in at 17.
Right? Like I did. Yeah. Yeah.
I was 21 years old when I got out.
I
Already,
got it.
already
Yeah.
had been all around the world and everything by the time I was 21.
Well, I got out in December 86. I turned 21 in May of 87.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my knowledge of Europe is pretty ancient. I haven't been there for over 40 years. Over 40 years since I was over in Germany.
Wow.
I,
87,
it,
97, 2007,
I, when I thought about it, I couldn't believe it. I didn't realize I was that old because it doesn't seem that long ago to me for some reason.
Mine will be 34 years.
So I guess it's true, that time flies.
When you're having fun.
Well, when you're doing all kinds of crazy shit, it flies.
With- Running around with your feet on fire, hoping your ass don't catch. You bet.
I mean, I'm thinking I was on the other side of the world before a lot of these kids on here were even born.
Yeah, I know, right? I was
Yeah.
like, I've been around the planet long before that. Great Valentine, welcome in. How you doing? Here's a link. Come on up and join the party. Thanksgiving Eve. So, what are you thankful for, Bill?
What am I thankful for? This is a really, really good thing to talk about because this is something that is really making me think. I am thankful for an awful lot of things. Thankful.
Yeah.
I'm thankful that I know that Jesus. I'm thankful for that.
There you
And
go. Yeah.
I'm thankful for my family, even though they're all messed up and everything. I'm still thankful for my family and love my kids and my dogs and everything else. Just like a lot of people are, that I've made it this far. And there was a time I really wanted to die. When I was younger, I had nothing to look forward to, and now I have everything to look forward to.
Right. Welcome in, Racy. Racy caught fire in the boat.
So enough of that mushy stuff.
I'm thankful for fire in the boat and a successful crop this summer.
Oh yeah, that too.
Well,
I'm
now
thankful,
I sound
I'm
lame.
thankful for Huckleberry for coming up here.
Oh, thank you.
Me too. You found Lane. What was that?
Yeah, I felt lame. All I said was I was happy for my hands so I could bake and make pumpkin pie.
Well, it's what makes you happy.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. That's right.
And I would be thankful if Colonel Shaw came up here.
Yeah, Colonel, it's Wiz and Bill are old.
Yeah, we're freaking old. We need a young buck like you.
What's up, Woody?
Happy Thanksgiving Eve, gentlemen.
Happy Thanksgiving Eve, man.
Yeah, ditto.
Hey, Woody.
Hey, how are you?
Thankful list.
Squirrel.
Yeah, I know. Girl.
Do you remember Twiggy, the water skiing squirrel at Lake of the Ozarks?
I do. Yeah.
Part of the water ski show, and they had Twiggy the squirrel, and it would go behind a remote control boat.
Yep.
And it was also on That's Incredible, that old TV show from the 80s.
Actually, they made it part of it, the intro, didn't they?
They did.
Yeah.
That's right. God, that is old. We're old.
I know, right?
Probably 3/4 of the people listening to this are like, what in the hell are these two old guys talking about?
Right.
There was a
So
time,
they're-
children, when there was only 3 channels.
Oh, yeah. 2, 4, and 5 here in Missouri.
Channel 8 for Columbia, 17 for Jeff City. One of those might have been Springfield.
All right. Well, in St. Louis, it was 2, 4, and 5. And then you did have 11 from time to time. And if you turn to 13, you could tune in 46 every once in a while.
Now, did you have to go to the UHF or whatever?
Yeah.
You had to switch bands?
Right. 30 and 46. 30 and 46 were on you had to tune them in with a dial on the outside of the thing. Yeah.
My first TV was a TG&Y black and white 6-inch.
Oh, so I am not that old.
Do you remember TG&Y? I think I was in Marshall, Missouri, is where I got it.
I'm glad I'm not that old.
You know, I do. You know, I am just barely old enough to remember my stepfather had went out and bought a console colored RCA television
Yep.
in order to watch the moon landing, and then it showed up in black and white. Like in retrospect, I'm like, what an idiot. You know, what's I've done? How you doing?
Hey, Don.
Hi, Dawn.
Greetings, all of you thankful people.
Well,
I
God
would like
bless
to,
you.
Hey,
I would
Don.
like to say that I am thankful for all of you
Oh, that's sweet.
Oh,
You
because
okay?
you let me come up here and talk to you, and you tolerate my, well, for lack of a better term, horse shit.
Strong position.
Okay, there you go. So it is you and you and all of you that I am thankful for. So there.
thank you for sharing.
And we're thankful for you too.
Oh, and
Yeah.
this cranberry muffin, I'm pretty thankful for that too.
Oh
Is that-
shit, it's already fired up the ovens, man. I'm telling you.
Don, does that include me? You're thankful for me too?
I
Slow
am
down.
most thankful for you, Mr. Ghost. Yes. And thank you for your service, by the way. I too was dragged through Europe and Central and South America at a formidable 18-year-old time frame, and so I too was exposed to all the wonders that is the rest of the world before most other people were. So yes,
Isn't that amazing? When you look
it
back at
is.
that and you just kind of think, you know, a lot of these people weren't even born yet. And you were already on the other side of the world.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I always like that saying, join the United States military, travel to new and far off places, meet interesting people, and kill them.
Shoot them.
I love that. I always thought that was quite appropriate. I really did.
Right.
I had a similar experience in Europe. I was drugged. They had to drag me out of Amsterdam.
That ain't bad. I mean, that's a similar experience to the United States military. Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah.
I can see it. I know several people who had that same experience. I never got drugged out of Amsterdam.
I know some people that were lucky enough to have both the U.S. military experience and being drug out of a fucking shisha bar in Amsterdam or a goddamn, what is that, an opium lounge. Anyway, I'll shut up now.
Well, before I didn't get drugged out because I had a hotel room.
If you're paying rent, then you're applicable to be there.
Yeah. Exactly.
I tried to look up where I was posted in Germany, and I found out that everything had been torn down. I was looking for the barracks and everything on there, and everything had been torn down. The military.
Oh wow.
Were you
Yeah,
even
I
near
had
one?
the same experience. I went to boot camp and A school in Orlando, and that whole fucking base now, that whole training base is wiped off the face of the planet. So yeah, I understand exactly what you mean, brother.
it was torn down 4 years after I was discharged.
Well, the Bamberg barracks are still there. I looked them up a couple years ago. I think they're still there, but they're completely repurposed to something else now. I don't think I seen the. I mean, I'd have to look it up again, but to see what's going on within the last time Google.
I only visited Bamberg.
Right. Well, I was in 335 Armor, and we backed up 22 Cav. We were there, kind of like support, armor support.
Yeah.
You know, they had LSs and they got the Abrams tanks and the Bradleys, and they got all the new toys. But that's okay. We liked our 113s and our M68-3s. There was a kind of a competition between us because we had the top of the line M60s when the M1As came out.
But
So,
Mount St. Helens had erupted, and I remember flying over the Atlantic above the smoke cloud.
oh yeah,
Oh yeah, it was a trip. Looking down, and it looked like the ground was right there beneath us, and we were just flying just high enough to stay out of the ash.
oh wow.
Because it would clog up the engines.
So, GX Classy has her own stream. Oh yeah. I've actually seen some of her stuff. She's mostly was doing uploading or something like that before. But
So I'm wondering if Huckleberry is cooking Thanksgiving dinner right now. Did she say she was?
If she's not, she's prepping.
She made
I know she
pumpkin
is.
pies and pumpkin rolls today.
So who else has got a turkey thawing out right now?
Oh my God, 2 of them.
2 of them. Oh, holy shit!
One time a year.
What are you
I'm
feeding
sorry,
them? You're going to be feeding the neighbors or the coyotes or something?
No. We just we love turkey. She loves cooking. I love turkey, and we're both freaks of leftovers. And so I have turkey sandwiches for dude. One of those will carve, and the other one will turn into fucking sandwiches.
Well, is Mama
I'm not
Don in?
joking.
Can Mama Don hear me?
She cannot. No, she's just went offline for the evening. But
Oh.
I'll be happy to pass on any messaging that Miss Trump would love to hear.
Yeah.
This is her day. Just so she's like Huck. This is her thing. This is where she shines. Go ahead.
I got a recipe for you for Thanksgiving sandwiches.
I'm listening.
It's like turkey salad. It's not actually turkey salad, but we call it turkey salad. You take a pile of leftover meat, the pickings off the bones, not the stuff you slice, you know what I'm saying? But all the pickings and pieces, and you have the meat, and you put it in a pile. And then you make a pile of the stuffing the same size. And then you take all the skin left over from the bird, and you cut it up real small. I mean, really small, like julienne kind of small. And then you mix it in all that together. And then you add in onions and celery, a little bit of poultry seasoning, and maybe a little garlic, and then turn around, and then you put in just enough Miracle Whip to make it all stick together. Oh my Lord! It's Thanksgiving.
That sounds delicious. It really does, but it also sounds like a lot of work between me and the turkey.
Right, no, this is for the leftovers. This is for the leftovers.
Dude, again, I'm a freak for the leftovers. The fridge is we buy an extra big fridge just for turkey leftovers. And yes, she will buy multiple birds for Thanksgiving, and either cook them Thanksgiving or save one for Christmas and buy more birds for Christmas. Dude, again, I just want to emphasize she has 3 ovens now in a brand new kitchen.
Right.
So will she be cooking? She better.
Right. She better. You better prove her thankfulness.
I didn't even see the kitchen.
Oh, you're kidding, dude. I had a tour there the other.
I must sorry.
Let me see if I can figure something out on to use the phone to give you a tour, because right now I'm on the laptop.
I'm a
Oh,
fan
if you dialed in with your phone, I can go ahead and bring you up on that, and you can just use your phone in temporary.
I don't know. Can I do that on the? I could probably do that on a thing with the stuff.
Right, with the the thing.
Stand by. Let me see if I can figure this out. I'm not too smart, but stand by.
I'm
Talk
a fan.
amongst yourselves.
I'm a fan of big kitchens.
Oh man, dude, he's got the kitchen. It's a whole wall.
I
And
want to see that. I'm more interested in his kitchen than anything.
Me too.
See, I'm wondering if it's natural gas or electric, or if he's got an island, or if he's got a pot hanger where he can hang all his pots and pans, all that kind of
Okay,
stuff.
we got an island, big island. It is natural gas and electric, and we do not have a pot hanger
Oh,
Yet.
yet. Well,
Right. No?
Yeah. because my kitchen is so small and it's so disorganized.
I'm dreaming of a big kitchen, just like the one I used to have. I miss my kitchen. Oh man.
Lots of cabinets. I don't like anything on my countertops. I like my countertops to be bare and ready to use. Oh shit! I have to hear this. I'm hearing myself.
That's okay. Don's working out his phone thing.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's all good. Nightingale is in here. Oh gosh. Here you go. Come on, Nightingale. We're telling our thankful stories.
Come on,
Here's the
Nightingale.
thing. Come on up.
Get up here.
So, what do we like better? Do we like an open kitchen,
Oh yeah.
or a kitchen with a little bar that everybody can sit at, and then a separate dining room? Or do you like the kitchen to be part of the dining room?
Well, I'm designing the house that I'm getting ready to build, and uh, the whole it's like 36 by 6. Okay, it's basically a half split level with a great room off of it, and the great room has a kitchen in the corner with this round countertop, and on the edge of the countertop towards the center of the room is a corner bar that have stools, and they'll be able to sit there and right, be served out like a bar. You know what I'm saying? And then on the other side of that is the living area where the sofas and the love seats and the coffee tables and entertainment and stuff like that will be. And then it's got a dining room off to the edge as well. And so, and then there's a big area on the other side of that that's going to be like my office.
Oh, another Dante showed up.
Hey, there he is. There's two of you. There's twins. Double the blade.
I said I was thankful, but that doesn't mean you have to show up twice. Just say I'm not. Hey, look, I'm not that thankful.
Yeah, no, he's doing the tour of the house thing going on.
I actually want to see this. He was talking about it the other night.
Yeah, you had it right, dude. No, go back to the wide angle. Yeah, there you go. There, it picked on. There you go.
Oh, wow.
What kind of laminate floor is that?
Oh, that's nice.
I like that floor a lot.
Oh, wow. with a walkout. Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, that's nice.
That's one of those composite floors. I put one in my sister's house.
Yeah.
How hard was it?
Pretty hard.
Okay.
The laminates?
Probably not as hard as you think, though.
Yeah, it's not all that bad. Not now. They got them all TNG kind of snap together kind of thing.
That's what hers was.
Right.
But it was actually that gray tone.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
And here's the bathroom. Check out the bathroom. No, I don't think he's seen the bathroom. Oh, they got a shoe closet.
Now, the upshot to that floor is that it won't swell, for one thing, where you get like boards buckling and all that if it gets wet.
Uh-huh.
Look at that shower.
And when you lay that kind of a floor,
look at that shower. Look at that shower. Hold on a second.
That's bigger than my first apartment.
I know.
that is.
Wow.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Is that his and her sinks?
Yes. Beautiful.
Nice.
Oh, wow. And that shower. Again, the shower.
Multi-mode shower head.
Uh-huh. One on both sides. Yeah.
He said it had 7 modes.
Pulse is worn out for some reason.
Can you hear me?
Now we can. Yeah.
So let me tell you where the shower comes from. 23 years of United States Navy showers.
Right.
That's all.
Right.
Anyway, that's the bathroom.
Nice.
Turn some lights off here.
Oh, yeah. A lot of
master bedroom.
Walk-in closet.
Let's see. Utility room. Okay.
Oh,
coming
wow.
into the great room.
Oh.
This is the great room slant kitchen.
I like the minimalist.
This is the kitchen.
Look at the kitchen.
Oh,
island.
Yeah.
Yeah. Huckleberry's getting all excited now. She's like, ooh, and ah.
30 cubic feet of refrigerator. Microwave and convection oven. Electric oven. Gas oven. 6 gas cooktops.
With the griddle.
Pot filler.
6.
Oh my God.
Hood.
On the stove.
Farmer's sink.
I like that. I like the farmer's sink.
Dishwasher. Everything is a soft close, custom-made cabinet. Under cabinet lighting for everything.
Oh, wow.
And of course, this is the kitchen. Looks right out into the great room. In the great room, I have spots for 2 80-inch TVs there and there. This is the back porch, back area, back window. Okay, let's see. Moving into the guest. Hold on. Guest
That's my room.
bathroom.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Glass. Same, let's see, $6,000 fucking shower head that does everything.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Let's see. Guest bedroom. Come on now. Okay, guest bedroom number 1. guest bedroom number 2.
Wow.
That's nice. That's a good sized room for a guest bedroom. A lot of people, that'd be their master bedroom.
Right.
We have a lot of guests. Well, no, we have a lot of people that want to be guests. How about that? That's it. Front door right there. Island. Dog dishes. Let's see. That's about it.
Right. Got to get all your bar stools up there and get those lined
you're
up.
gonna love this. Check this. Pantry. Wifey got glass pantry door.
Oh my
I'm not
gosh.
kidding. And it's big. It's huge.
Oh my God.
Where's gonna have a fit?
Anyway, that's our story.
Good job.
What about the back? I want to see the back area. You said you had the
Back area.
Your back patio.
This.
yeah. Let's
check out your. Oh, wow.
Okay. So this is the back porch. So that's the sliding glass coming off the master. That's the sliding glass coming off of the great room. That's the thing. And I'll have, let's see, I have a TV mount here. And we have a fan. And then this is where we park. And that's puppy dogs. And this is the Jeep. It's black, so you can't see it really well. But I'm real pleased with the Jeep.
It's all dirty. It's all dirty like it should be.
Yeah. These are the ATVs. Once again, you can't see them very well. See if I can throw some light on them. No. It's not happening.
I can barely see it.
Yeah, there's 2 here. One red one here on the left and a green one here on the right.
Oh my God.
And of course, this is the backyard. The RV sits over here. I have a pad for it. And the pedestal works very nicely.
Oh, good deal. Good deal.
Is it cold there?
Anyway, right now it's about 50 degrees, so yeah, it's kind of cold.
It's warmer than here.
So yeah, I mean that's our thing here.
There's a crib.
Awesome.
A desert coyote that just showed up.
Yeah, desert coyote.
What kind of wild fingers do you have roping through there?
That's the big tour, boys and girls.
Rock on, dude. Congratulations.
That's the under cabinet lighting, which really is nice.
Show me the kitchen again.
Well, you're looking at the kitchen actually with the under cabinet lighting.
Oh, yeah.
And the sink in the island that stretches the whole length of the kitchen.
The only thing that I see in your video that I can afford is your couch right there.
Couch. I don't have a couch.
Bingo.
What do you mean?
I'll take 2 of them. Do they come in green?
Okay. That's the Coleman camp chair, I guess. But
Camp couch.
closest thing to a couch I have. So yeah, Huck, this is it. It's granite. No, yeah, it's granite. Not marble, it's granite. This country kitchen sink, apron sink. Country apron sink. I know nothing about this. Okay. But wifey loves it.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. It's gorgeous.
And the knob here that does everything. Here's the thing that most people don't have that we love. and I brought this from Europe, is a pot filter.
Right.
I looked at the contract the first time. I said pot filler. He was like, "What?" I said, "Yeah, pot filler." Oh, dude, I love a pot filler.
Oh yeah.
6 burners.
You got the griddle for that?
Mom.
Yes, the griddle sits right here. As a matter of fact, look at that.
Beautiful.
Complete with probe and all the bells and whistles. Yes.
Love it.
That is awesome.
Oh, this thing, Wi-Fi enabled. You can do it all from an app on your phone.
Are you kidding
No
me?
shit. I am not kidding you.
So you can burn your house down on the way back from the store.
Exactly.
The insurance money so he can get
If you
another
get
house.
behind in payments, I know exactly why you have a Bluetooth.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, it's Wi-Fi and Bluetooth.
You
So
gotta have
yeah,
an exit strategy. I hear you.
exit strategy.
That's right.
What are you doing, baby girl? Yes, you are, Dave's girl.
You can tell you've got a couple of mistreated animals. That cat looks like it ate half the neighborhood.
Oh yeah. There's a bunch of really mistreated animals around here. Yeah.
You can tell.
Right, Beansy. Right.
Look at that poor mistreated thing.
Yeah, that's just horrible. And she tries to go in between my, what? What do you want? What do you want?
There's no food in the bowl.
I know. What do you
Got
want?
6
You want to go
bowls,
outside?
though.
All right. Cool.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So anyway, that's my story. My new internet router. You want to see this? This is cool as shit. Dude, this thing just fucking kills it. I get 50 megs out of thin. All right.
Is that Linksys?
That is a
It's a-
MoFi.
Okay.
It's a MoFi cell modem.
Yep.
That's badass.
Back into my favorite place in the whole world. For those of you
Shower.
keeping score on your home game.
Oh, wow.
Oh, and when I get too rambunctious in the shower, I can sit down and calm down and rest. Look at that. Look at that.
That's right. Oh my gosh.
So yeah, it sucks.
Are you quitting the? There's a stream. There's a banner across the bottom saying we'll catch you on the flip side.
Oh, I put that up by accident. My bad. I'll take it off.
It's cool.
It does look nice.
It's dude. You have no idea how many years I've had to plan for this. How many testicles it cost me.
He's growing new ones as we speak.
Anyway, that's my temporary desk right there, temporary chair, so that I can have meetings in here.
Cool.
All right. All right. Well, that's the end of our tour, boys and girls.
Thanks, Don.
Thank you very
My
much.
pleasure.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that was awesome. Yeah, Peter, that shouldn't be a problem to drive a car that's got one missing. Not a 4-cylinder. It's probably going to run like shit, not give you the power that you want, but it's drivable until you can get it fixed.
And it's a 4-cylinder, so you probably won't notice much power difference.
Oh, that's true. There won't be a much differential. Except for when you try to step on it to get up, speed up on the highway. That's about the one time you'll see it, feel it difference.
Okay.
How's it going, Canoes?
It's going. That's about it.
It's probably an injector problem there, Pizza. Welcome in, Mr. Smith Bungle. Yeah, that's a whole lot to be thankful for there, Don. Yeah.
Well, I wasn't going to say that I'm a pretty lucky guy, but I'm a pretty lucky guy.
I'd say.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm pretty excited. You guys have watched me do this whole thing, though. It's not like it's a surprise, just come out of nowhere.
Welcome.
And yes, it's work. Dude, it's like anything else worth a fucking life, though. It's work.
Yep.
Yeah, it's work. Yeah.
But it's cool when you get to the end.
I noticed the walls. They look like they got a pretty coarse texture.
They do. Stucco.
Is that what you wanted?
You know what? I don't care.
No, it's good for the acoustics.
It does tend to make the place sound like a dance hall or a rock. Yeah.
It's hard to retrieve DNA from that wall too. Just saying.
Say that again.
It's harder to get DNA from a wall like that as well.
You know what? You're absolutely right. Hard to get DNA from a wall like that.
That's right. Spray a bunch of iron on the wall so that everything glows red.
And I'm good. That way they can't track it.
Exactly.
Good idea. I like the way you think.
Exit strategy, sir. Exit strategy.
I understand. Huck, I'm sure that she would not, but I'll be happy to ask her. You know what? She's a very kind and sensible human being, but there's a few things that she's really picky about, and the kitchen is one of them.
Right.
So I would be, I would be taking my life in my hands simply by asking the question. But for you, I'll ask the question.
Huckleberry, get back up here.
I would never ask, but for you, I asked the question. There's one time I asked for you.
I do like that open kitchen like that, though. Walls are not the thing these days.
Yeah, definitely walls are not the thing. I'm going to be honest with you. This house design was stolen from a show. What is it? The guy and the girl with the kids.
I should be coming up.
Thank you, Colonel. Much appreciated, sir. We stole the design from a show where they redid a 100-year-old Texas farmhouse. And it ended up exactly like this. We literally took the video, took that to an architect and said, draw this. And he did.
Nice.
It's a show. What the fuck is the name of their show? Fixer Upper, or one of those do-it-yourselfer shows with the contractor and his wife and 4 or 5 kids.
Oh, yeah.
In Texas, right out of Waco. I can't remember the name, but it'll come to me. But anyway, they got 4, 5, 6 seasons of this, and one of their first seasons had this house. And the wife loved it so much that we just took the show, took it to an architect and said, can you build this? He did.
Awesome.
Simple house, really simple, completely open.
Yeah.
And yes, that's exactly. The wife wants to be able to both manage both of the 80-inch TVs and cook 3 meals at the same time.
Right. That's just like, oh my gosh. What's up, Shadow? How you doing?
Now you know what a single wide trailer's like being in. You've been in them, I'm sure.
I grew up in one.
My dad bought one up in Idaho, and it was a burnout. It had been burned out, and he completely did everything in it. And
I bet that's nice.
one of the main things that he did was he wanted no partition from the living room all the way to the kitchen. And I kind of got the idea from him. Actually, I've painted a lot of houses, but he made that single wide look like a big open. You know, it looked really open. It wasn't like being in a tunnel. You know,
Right.
and yeah, the kitchen, dining room, living room, it was all like one big room, like you were talking about the great room, and lots of counter space and lots of cabinets. Everything was put away. He didn't even have a stovetop. He used plug in, the Bunsen burner kind of thing.
That's kind of what the wifey says is move all of the things off of the counter into the pantry. That's why she got a big pantry.
Everything, no dishes sitting out, no nothing. Everything was like all built in. It was just amazing. It was amazing what he did with this single wide trailer, you know, and that's inspired me when I build my house. I'm gonna do the same. I think I'm going to do a big open area like that.
Open is the way. At least in the last 5-10 years, open concept, open kitchen, open everything is kind of the way that everybody seems to be going.
And I've lived in like old bungalow houses, you know, and everything, there was a wall for everything.
Right.
And you hate that, you know. You can't get furniture in and out of rooms or anything like that. Everything was just like a wall. Everywhere you turned, there was a wall. That's how they built the houses.
Yeah. So, Nightingale, how you doing? Can you hear me? Nightingale, are you there?
I think she's got connectivity problems tonight.
Okay.
She keeps bouncing in and out.
We know Smiley's just glad to be alive while he's still in New York City.
Yeah. I'm just admiring the architecture, all of the government buildings.
Square, rectangular with rectangular windows, right?
Amazing the ingenuity and innovative, creative thinking that went into those buildings, isn't it? There, Smiley.
Yeah, well, some buildings more than others.
You're right. Right. That's So what are you thankful for, Smiley?
What?
What are you thankful for this Thanksgiving Eve?
My family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's definitely the basis of a good disposition. You bet. Corn and green beans. You know what? My favorite Thanksgiving dinner is the one I don't got to cook.
Yeah.
I've been making Thanksgiving dinner for 35 years, 40 years. Yeah, dog. Yeah. Oh, Nightingale's restarting. But yeah, that's my favorite Thanksgiving meal. I think somebody was asking about that. Canoes.
Yo.
What you thankful for, brother?
I could say my health, but I'd be lying.
Right.
Remember, glass half full, not glass half empty.
Right.
I'm thankful that
Glass half full or
powers that-
glass half full. Either way, you're gonna need a beer.
I'm thankful that the powers that be and Mother Nature have graced us with cannabis. That's it.
Fire
In
the gold.
I want to pick up this question from Colonel Shaw, the origins of Thanksgiving in the United States. And I just want to hit it briefly. Thanksgiving was our first, well, supposedly the theory or the holiday around our first big meal after the harvest. And supposedly it was done, let me see, 1600.
Mass,
Go ahead.
somewhere in Massachusetts.
Actually, I thought it was done in Virginia, just outside of Jamestown, but the Pilgrims in Massachusetts like to appropriate that. That's okay. We're all right with that. Somewhere around the 1600s, big meal, killed turkeys, Indians brought corn and maize and fish and bounty of the land and yeah, big what is it? You'll call it our harvest festival. But yeah, it's a uniquely American tradition, and that's about all I know. Anybody else add on whatever you want? Welcome back, Nightingale.
Well, now the
lobster.
liberals,
They had lobster the first night, and it was really not federally encouraged. Washington originally said it that it should be recognized, but it was not federally recognized until we started getting a little hiccup and the Union started taking some setbacks in the Civil War. And then Lincoln decided that, you know what, we need to think about the patriotism, and it became a federally holiday in 1863, halfway through the war.
Lincoln was the one. President Lincoln was the one that established Thanksgiving.
Yes. And the income tax.
No, that didn't happen until 1913.
Look again.
Well, the Act of 1871 was still after Lincoln was killed.
He established an income tax to raise money for the war. It was the first income tax in American history.
Who did?
Lincoln.
But it was called a war tax.
No,
and
It was, and it never left. And he's right.
Yeah.
We never had an income tax during the time of Lincoln. It didn't start. It didn't.
Okay. You can call it the war tax. You can call it whatever you want to, but it was an income tax.
It was based on the income.
It was
Based
for
on
World War
people's
One.
income.
It was for World War One.
Lincoln?
It was no. The federal income tax was instituted under the War Powers Act of 1917.
No, 1913.
To pay for World War One.
No,
that's not right. It was.
that's not right. 1913 is when they started all that.
Yep.
Now they did pass the War Powers Act. That gave them the power to, and I'm just going off memory now, but I believe it's the one that gave them the power to add additional taxes, to ration. I believe that was also draft. Basically, it put into effect what made America the total war package.
Right. Well, 1913 maybe, but
we never stopped after 1860.
It was the War Powers Act that was part of what it meant. Was it had to do with declaring war. It put us in a permanent state of emergency. Every president since then has signed to a continuation of the War Powers Act. So we've never gotten rid of the income tax as a result, because we're in a perpetual state of emergency.
I think the phrase. I think you're phrasing it wrong. Because the War Powers Act was to limit that was
It gave
Nixon.
the
That was the
president-
Nixon thing to keep.
it gave the
You just go to
president- no,
Vietnam and camp out for 25 years.
no, that's not it. The War Powers Act. It was to pay for World War I, and then we never really got a federal income tax until Roosevelt. And Roosevelt started the federal income tax and the Social Security program as a safety net.
The progressive income tax was under FDR.
Yes, and that's Social Security.
Because it was never legalized. It was in fact, it never was lawful. The federal income tax was never lawful.
Well, that's a whole different.
That's a whole nother argument.
That's a whole different thing, and I couldn't agree with you more.
I agree with you 100%.
That shit.
The first
ought to be drug out back and shot. Sorry.
I'm
Wilson.
looking at this. I'm looking at this right here. It says August 5th, 1861. President Lincoln imposes the first federal income tax by signing the Revenue Act. Strapped for cash and which deal. Now, it was signed into a deal in 1913 under the federal income tax.
Yes.
16th Amendment.
Yeah,
But we never stopped having it since 1861.
You're right. You're right. I'm not talking from my ego here. You are right. But the exact years, I could have them off by a couple of years, but I pretty much understand what it was. It was to pay for World War I, and the War Powers Act didn't happen until maybe 1913. Maybe that was the year, 1917, 13, give or take. But the point is, there was a lot of people that were against it.
Right.
Because they knew it was a Rockefeller thing. And they wanted to get us paying a federal income tax for citizens. How we paid for World War I, the main part of World War I was paid for by tariffs. And under Lincoln's time, that's how our country existed, was on tariffs. Nothing to do with federal income tax. That was a corporate tax, what you're talking about. That wasn't on the citizens.
Or something along those lines, right?
He's right. There were federal corporate taxes. Look it up, because I know this. I remember it. It was corporate taxes, and and I had a friend. He told me, he said, when the corporations paid the most taxes is when the country was the most prosperous. I don't know about
Infidel, welcome in, AZ.
I'll shut up.
No, you're fine. I was just welcoming in AZ. I didn't have a chance.
Hello, AZ.
AZ's in the house. Hey, Bill, tell me why Hummers aren't Jeeps.
You know why? Because you're driving a Jeep.
Dude, I agree, but I want to hear what you have to say about it, and I want the other people to hear what you have to say about it too, please.
Well, Hummers aren't Jeeps. I mean, you know what a Hummer is. What do I have to say?
A Jeep is a luxury vehicle. A Hummer's not.
A Hummer
I don't let Jeeps give me oral sex.
A Hummer on an Air Force base is a lot different than a Hummer on a Marine base.
I'll leave it to y'all's imagination.
Hey, Zach, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Smouse?
What's up, Zach?
Not all the time, though.
Colonel Shaw, is it still getting crazy over in Amsterdam?
Give us a little report, please.
Oh, yes, please.
Are you safe? Are you and your family safe? Everybody cool?
Yeah, it's Thanksgiving Day at Colonel's place already.
By the way, there is a bumper sticker that says, Hummers go to the mall, Jeeps can go anywhere.
Right.
I like that. I agree with that. Hummers are not Jeeps. Will never be Jeeps.
I'm not a fan of the Hummer the Hummer company. I am a fan of Jeeps.
I don't really care for Hummers either. They're not that comfortable, if you ask. They're just not.
That's the best car in China.
Best car in China, exactly.
I used to drive them in the auto auction, and Hummers are just notorious for all kinds of issues.
Colonel says the hell with Amsterdam. Rotterdam's the place where all the action is.
Oh,
I don't know.
it's also true. There's something in the paint of a Hummer that if a male drives it for very long, his sperm count goes down, and it's actually over time his balls will fall off.
I heard that.
It's actually in the paint. It's science.
I have heard that too. As a matter of fact, I've heard people that are actually doing their master's dissertation on that very issue.
It'd be a bitch defending that, wouldn't it?
Oh
my gosh.
I also heard that it's scientific that Hummers cause gynecomastia.
That sounds like balls falling off. So that sounds right.
Yeah.
No, it's moobs.
Moobs. Oh, okay.
Boobs.
Man boobs.
Yeah.
Hummers cause man boobs.
Not a pretty sight.
See where this went as soon as you guys started talking about Hummers?
I'm sorry, what?
This conversation went down as soon as someone said something about Hummers.
What's up, Huckleberry?
Pig.
Oh, she's over there giving you the oink treatment.
Yeah, but you notice the number of people in chat increased when we started talking about Hummers.
I know, right? It was like
give the people what they want, right?
That's right. Oh man.
Hey, Dylan.
Hey, Huck.
Hey, you don't got to ask your wife if I can cook in her kitchen, but ask her if I can watch.
Okay. I'm sure she'll let you do that. And I got dollars to donuts that you and her would hit it off. So she would probably let you, you guys could probably cook and get in the kitchen. There's a lot of kitchen there.
Yeah.
Okay. Just let me use one oven. Just one.
Okay.
Just one.
But I don't mind watching.
She has recently turned into a big fan of convection ovens. Apparently, convection ovens can do things that normal ovens can't.
Yep.
Yes. The gas station that I used to work at, they invested big money in this. It was a smart oven. It was both convection and conventional and infrared, and you could program this thing to do whatever the fuck you wanted. You could make a complete Thanksgiving dinner in this one oven. It did everything.
That's what she's saying.
In it, all kinds of shit. They're great.
In restaurants, remember when it used to take like an hour to get your pizza when you go to a pizza place? Or maybe half hour or something like that for it to bake. They baked it. Now they use commercial convection ovens, and it's blowing hot air. It's nuking it at the same time. It's done in like 2 minutes. A pizza.
Oh wow.
Yeah, what maybe 3 minutes. I don't know. It's not very long.
It's like the old stone based heat ovens, man.
I don't know.
When she pulled the first pan of biscuits out of what I thought was only a microwave, I was like, well, fuck.
Wow.
Oh shit!
So they were properly browned and everything.
Oh, dude, they were perfect.
Yep.
And,
Oh my god!
and trust me when I say, I know what a perfect biscuit is.
Right?
I've eaten thousands of them, millions.
Right?
There you go.
Yeah, I told you.
And there's hell to pay. Usually, listen, when I get caught looking at them, it's because they're being presented to me. If you don't want me to look at them, don't show them to me.
Right.
Consider my situation. I'm working retail, for 10 hours a day. If I'm at the register, it's Jesus Christ, some of these women, some are just total fucking slut bags. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, well,
You know what?
that's the new empowered woe man. Okay.
I for one have been trying to round up and reform some of these dirtbag sluts. So if you can get their number, I will personally reach out to each and every one of them and talk about their heathen ways.
I applaud your efforts there, sir. I do. I
trust
applaud
you.
your efforts. Somebody should set up a fucking GoFundMe for you.
Oh,
They should.
you're speaking my language, sir. You're speaking my because you know what? I can't do the Lord's work on an empty stomach.
Praise the Lord. Pass ammunition.
You are full of shit.
I think I have my first customer. Well, squirrel, come on over. You look like the first soul I can save.
How'd
No,
you
don't
get
be-
on?
Talk about her squirrel. Yes, that's exactly what you need to do.
I will pet her
Tell her
squirrel.
about your squirrel. Yes.
How I will pet her squirrel first to get to know her. Just start off petting the squirrel.
I don't like where this is going.
I like animals.
We have lots of squirrels in New York City, but they're not very nice.
Half of
Mine
them
are
are rabid.
Mine are evil.
I heard that the squirrels in New York City were all addicted to crack and have leprosy. Is that true?
That's probably true.
Uh-oh, she dropped off.
Oh no. See, now it's now you pissed her off and it's all my fault. She's gonna hate me for a week.
She's probably driving over here for counseling.
I ain't going there, Wood. It ain't happening. I am not going. I have been drugged down into that ditch so many times. Always.
You said ditch?
I did say ditch.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Let's clarify.
I have been drugged down into that ditch so many times. And I never emerge clean out of it. It's always, I'm always sullied in one form or another. I'm just saying, Not that it's a bad thing. Sullied is kind of that's my go-to, but
Right.
I should shut up now. Now I should shut up.
You're going to end up in the oven with the turkey.
I got bumped off somehow. Bumped off the screen.
Squirrel
Maybe
booty.
You're back now.
Maybe that's what happened to Huck. I don't know how it happened. I wasn't even touching my phone or nothing.
Yeah,
It's that
StreamYard
button.
can be goofy.
Red button.
Yeah, we have squirrels over here. They got like evil eyebrows, and they throw stuff at you.
Do you live in the
Squirrels-
city or do you live in New York? Do you live,
Squirrels-
do you live in a state or in a city?
I live in the city, so squirrels are just daytime rats because at night we get rats and day we get squirrels.
Yep.
And then flying rats are pigeons.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do kind of have similar characteristics, don't they?
They're all gray, all gray.
Yeah, and we get seagulls a lot here too. They're the same fucking thing.
We get those around the coast, around like City Island, places
Yeah.
like that. We get that.
We, believe it or not, I'm out west here, and we get these eastern red fox squirrels, and there's like a overabundance of them. and they're invasive. So the more we kill, the better.
Yep.
Yeah, we got mostly gray squirrels. We get some red squirrels in some areas where there's lots of woods, like our Metro Park system. And we actually have a small area about 20 miles east of me that has almost exclusively black squirrels.
Yeah.
They were like imported over 100 years ago, and they're still around.
There's a little pocket in Lafayette County that has a few black squirrels around Higginsville.
Yeah, this
That's the
is
only
out
place I've ever
by
seen.
this is in Kent, Ohio, where Kent State University is.
Well, since we had this overpopulation of these non-indigenous squirrels, all of a sudden we've got like all kinds of birds of prey showing up. Lynxes. I saw a lynx the other morning. I saw a lynx. Yeah, I was surprised.
Nice. Those things are big.
They're bigger than a bobcat for sure.
Oh, a lot bigger.
This
They're
one
very
was.
vocal, like bobcats too. They make all kinds of crazy noises.
But apparently, what I was reading when I saw it, I wanted to make sure it wasn't a bobcat that I was seeing. And I looked it up, and everything I saw, the black puffs on the tips of the ears and everything, it was a lynx. It was a full-blown lynx. And it said its main diet was squirrels.
Yeah.
That's kind of funny finding a lynx down by you, but you got the mountains, so. But that's usually, as far as North America goes as a whole, that's like a northern species. You know, Minnesota.
I know.
North Dakota.
That's why I had to double check, because
Yeah.
I never heard of any lynxes around here. But when I was comparing them, it was definitely a lynx. It was not a bobcat.
Right. Wow.
We had a bobcat in our neighborhood about 10 years ago. I saw it with my own eyes. I even found the prints.
Now, we do have mountain lions here, and there's been a lot of mountain lion sightings lately.
Yeah.
And I texted Wizard a picture of a bobcat that they killed in Provo, Utah, and this was like, if you think it's not an actual lion, that sucker was as big as a small African lion.
Yeah,
And
I've seen them. We
I ain't
have,
lying.
there's two of them. They've had mountain lions at the Cleveland Zoo for years. And yeah, they're big.
Nightingales in the house.
And I think cougars are actually the same species as a mountain lion. I just don't think that the cougars that you guys get in the South are as big as the ones we have here. They probably can interbreed.
Well, you know what I saw the other day? I saw a really big fireball. Fire is oh man! Brought to you by Sausage Gravy Biscuit Farms.
.com.
.com.
I just had to let that out.
Oh, okay. Colonel Toss says, I stood at a bend, small tree yesterday. It was bent because a girl hanged herself with an electric wire.
Oh, man.
She hanged there for 2 days at a busy road, 10 feet from the road. Nobody saw her hanging there. Her own mother found her.
That's
Talk,
fucked up.
talk of the day here in my village. Oh, my God.
That's terrible.
Terribly sorry
wow.
to hear that, Colonel. And Nightingale, sad to hear your mic is not working.
Yeah, she just can't get it going tonight. She tried refreshing all her devices and her Wi-Fi and everything, and still no go.
Oh wow! Is it on your phone?
Colonel Shaw, did you see the girl yourself, or did you just see the bend of the tree?
Well, lots of hope can happen at any time.
Well, hell, there was a
That's-
guy. There was a guy in my area a couple of weeks ago. They found his body alongside a railroad track about 3 towns over, and he was probably 20 feet off the side of the tracks, right inside the tree line. And some hobo found him that was walking the tracks. And the next town over, he walked down to the police department and reported it, and they showed up, and the coroner said that the guy had been laying in the woods there for almost a month.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and they got they still haven't identified him. They're still trying to track down his DNA or whatever. They had an artist try and reconstruct what his face looked like, and they're putting it in the paper and everything, trying to find any info on him. Don't mess with trains. They will kill you. I saw a train hit a deer once. It was like instant deer pudding.
Wow! Right. Nightingale said she's thankful for being able to be with my family for the holidays.
No, can't
When I
complain.
wasn't really allowed to before. I'm thankful my family got chosen to usher at tomorrow's Thanksgiving Mass. I can't even count the blessings.
Yeah, Colonel Shaw, it is selfish to commit suicide. That's the thing. It is very selfish.
Yeah, a good friend of mine about 8 years ago got into a car accident about 2 miles down the road from me. And what had happened was he was driving home from work, and there was this girl who decided that she wanted to kill herself, but she didn't do it on her own. What she did was she just parked her car in the middle, right in the middle of the southbound lane, turned off all the lights, got out of the car. She popped her trunk and opened her trunk so that the lights on the trunk and the reflectors wouldn't show. And she just sat down next to the rear bumper of the car and waited for some unsuspecting person to drive up and not see her, because there's, it's country. There's no lights anywhere, and kill her. And that's what happened to my friend. He smashed into her, and he got fucking seriously hurt in the wreck. But, he was the cause of her death by proxy suicide. Fucked with his head for a couple of years.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah.
Yeah, the airbag in his car didn't deploy correctly, and basically knocked him back into his seat. And then it failed, and he got thrown forward, face first into the steering wheel, and then slid up, and his head hit the windshield and cracked the windshield. When he came in to my store like 3 days later and told me what happened, he looked like he got beat in the face with a baseball bat for like 20 minutes. That's how smashed up his face was. It's horrible.
Isn't Nightingale a nurse?
I don't know.
I think she's a nurse or
She
something.
is. She is.
Florence Nightingale?
And I also think she's ex-military, but I'm not sure about that.
Right.
I don't want to saddle anybody with a unwanted ex-military.
Service or service. Maybe not military, but definitely public service of some kind. Yeah.
Well, I was in the Boy Scouts. Does that count?
The United States Navy is a form of Boy Scouts. It is.
No, she wasn't military. She says that she does nursing and referrals.
Medical assistant. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, maybe she's not military, but I've seen her use the term Roger that. So that's pretty close.
Right. It indicates some kind of exposure to the military, whether it be relative or. And, yeah.
It's all good, Colonel. I wouldn't worry about it. We're all
You're
adults
not.
here.
You're not bringing things down.
No.
We should be able to manage.
You know, it does provide an example of things could be worse.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it makes you thankful that, you know, for me, it makes me thankful that I haven't slipped off that ledge. You know what I'm saying? Because that's why I joined the service, believe it or not. I couldn't find a way that would satisfactorily kill me that I didn't have to, I couldn't do it myself because I was not, but I wanted to die. So I did the most craziest shit ever, joined the service in the most potentially violent way.
Combat medic, paratroop. That's about as heavy as you can get.
Yeah, it's pretty much the line, what the service can do for you other than just, bomb tester.
Yep. Especially at that current time and being stationed where you were, front lines of the Cold War.
So, yeah. Even the drill instructors, the DIs at my basic training were like, "What's wrong with you, boy?" I was like, "I love this shit." Really? I was like, "Yeah."
Something ain't wrong with that boy.
Yeah. I want to know all this shit. I want to know how to do all that shit. I don't care if it's crawling under a barbed wire or field stripping an M16 in a foxhole. I don't care. You tell me what to do, I'll make it happen. Only thing I didn't like was the running. I hate the running.
Yeah, that's half of what the Army does is run.
Right.
As far as your daily routine goes.
Well, mechanized unit, so I wasn't gonna go infantry. I was like, fuck that.
No, I'm just talking like your daily PT.
Oh yeah. No. Yeah.
No, Cav doesn't do a lot of running and PT like we did.
Yeah, I remember the discussion I had with my mother when I was about 16, starting to talk about college and everything. And she's like, well, there's always the military. I'm like, yeah, I know, I wouldn't mind joining up. And she's like, well, what would you want to be? And I'm like, oh, straight up infantry. She's like, no. It's like, if you go in the military, you got to go get an appointment to the academy. You want to be an officer. I'm like, God, no.
We had Cav
thanks.
We had Cav on our post, and I was artillery. I was in an artillery battalion, and cavalry was on another side of the post, and we'd be out running PT. They wouldn't. I mean, they didn't do any PT. I think they probably did, the basic calisthenics, and even on rainy days, it didn't matter. If it was real bad, we'd do PT in the barracks and run in place for about an hour. Just run.
Right.
Never stopped. Freaking 40-mile road marches. I'm like, I didn't sign up for this. I'm not infantry. I'm artillery. Oh no!
No.
We are infantry.
I don't mind hiking, even with a heavy pack, nonstop. But I wouldn't want to have to run and run and run and run and run.
And I really don't think that the infantry liked filling up sandbags. That's all I did at times.
Right? Right. But you know what a mechanized artillery is, don't you? It's called
Yes.
cavalry. It's called cavalry.
Yeah, I was in a commo unit in an artillery unit. I did the communications between the gun sections when they'd pull in position, and then I'd have to do what they call advanced party, and we would do a sweep of the area before the guns roll in, and have comm lines all set up and everything when they came in. So if anybody was going to get shot, it would have been us because we were the first ones there. And then I said, fuck this, I want to go with the FOs. And I became a forward observer for a while. And I really like forward observer, but I don't like it because when you call in for fire, a lot of times they're not exactly on target and you might be the target.
Short round, short round, short round.
Oh yeah, and it did happen.
Oh, I believe it.
I had some shit blow up pretty close to me. And then I wouldn't hear when they would call a fire mission because when they called the fire mission, I mean, I've got like earphones on and stuff. I did not have my earplugs in. They call a fire mission. I'm serious. I have a 30% hearing loss now, but I think my hearing's gotten better. But I did lose some of my hearing for quite a long time.
Well, they still have that big class action lawsuit you can sign up if you served in the military and were issued certain kinds of ear protection back in the day.
EAR is what the brand that we used. We had the spongy ones, and then we had the little red rubber ones you stick in your ears. Remember those, Wiz?
Which ones?
Remember the earplugs we had? Did you have the spongy ones or the rubber ones?
Oh, we had the spongies. Well, we actually had both because I was medic, but we had the spongies. Mostly the spongies were easier and they didn't hurt your ears.
But they got dirty. They got really dirty, and
but they were readily replaced. Though we made sure everybody had them every time they got on range. They got fresh ones.
We didn't. We had a little, like it looked like a little pill jar on the field jacket on the lapel. Where you put the earplugs in. Remember? Or I don't know if you wore that or not. I don't know. Shit, I got out in 40 years ago. 40 years ago. I can't even believe it.
36, so 30, 35. Yeah, something like that. But yeah, no. On my ranges, everybody
fuckers
had brand new pack of earplugs when they entered the range. You know what I'm saying? On my ranges, yeah. I was like, nope, I don't care if you got. There's a pack right here, brand new. Everybody's got them. I don't want to hear anything about somebody ain't got no damn earplugs.
Yeah, I had the same speech.
Yeah,
but when I first got in, the only ones we had were the rubber ones, and the EAR, the spongy ones. They came out later on. You know, like when I was over in Germany. That's when they finally came out, and they didn't even issue those to us. Those weren't our issue. They were like, we have these kind if you prefer them.
right. If you don't have a command helmet on with a mic, you got earplugs in your ears. I don't care.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I had a command helmet.
Right.
Because I was a gunner.
Yep.
I was a gunner and a driver.
but it had to have a mic on it.
Yep.
Otherwise, you better have them on. And I'm the
Ours
medic,
did.
so I'll disqualify you and throw you off the range.
I had what Don's got on almost.
Right.
Had the little mic boom.
But yeah, as
so
a medic, say what?
I got a question for Don. If I can jump in real quick.
I got an answer. Let's see if they match.
All right. Since we're talking communications gear and everything, I know that in the Navy, sound-powered telephones were a big thing on the ships. Would you explain to me exactly how those things fucking work? I've never understood it.
Sound-powered telephones are real simple. All of the power is coming from the audio vibration of the mic, and none of it is amplified in any way. The idea being that if in battle one line or amplifier or something like that is destroyed, then there are multiple circuits that are sound powered within the ship that you can use, that again require no external stimuli. So you can use it even if there's no electricity, no battery, no nothing.
Oh, wow.
Okay. And they use these to communicate within the ship, mostly for battle. A lot of gunnery positions, a lot of sighting positions, a lot of external sensor positions are covered by sound-powered microphones or sound-powered circuits.
Gotcha.
It's basically the magnetic setups in the mic and the speaker system that conveys it. Right. Yeah. Because it creates it when you speak into it, and it duplicates it on the other end as it receives it. And it's just the wires and the magnets. Yeah.
Hey, Colonel's taking off for work. Have a good one, brother.
Thanks for jumping in, Colonel.
May you have a
pleasure,
blessed,
sir.
May you have a blessed and perfect day.
So the three guys in a 155 howitzer, a self-propelled howitzer that had comm sets, was the gunner on the top hatch, then your or your assistant gunner. You had a gunner and an assistant gunner and the driver. Those are the three guys.
Nothing for the loader?
And I had to make sure they all worked.
Oh. Right.
I had to make sure the comm systems worked. If I wasn't doing that, I was setting up landlines. I'd go in advanced party and set up landlines, and that's when they do a fire mission, and I'd freaking get my eardrums blown out.
Oh wow!
Because
what were you on? 105s or 120s?
155 millimeter.
Oh, 155s. Okay.
Yeah,
that'll do it.
A Paladin.
Yeah.
They call them Paladins nowadays. They weren't Paladin back then. They were just self-propelled howitzers. Same gun. I could hop in one. I probably could know everything what I had to do. A modern one.
I know the big ass guns.
I remember they came out with the Abrams A2 when I was over there in Germany. They've been around a long time, since the 80s, since late, about 1980. And the Cav units were just starting to get them, the Abrams A2s. A lot of them were still in upgraded A1s.
Now, when they were around fire exercises, did you have a loader set for those? Did you just pull up a pallet or something like that, or did you hand load those?
Hand loaded.
Breech poppers.
Breech load. Yep. Breech load, and then you have a primer and a lanyard, and you got to have a guy out on the outside swabbing the bore and everything, just like back in the olden days.
Right. Wow.
Yep. And then you got an auto ram. You got an auto ram that would ram the projectile up into the breech, into the chamber. And then you've got your auto ram also rams your powder charge. So you got to ram twice. You got to ram once. You ram your round in there, and then you ram your powder charge. And that's when I did that. That's what gave me powder headaches, because they were just cotton cloth, and that gunpowder would get all over my hands if you wipe your sweat or something like that. You'd get a headache. That gunpowder would just give you a freaking headache, man.
So what the hell is that supposed to be?
What?
I was trying to make out what they're talking about, this anti-drone protection on a T-80.
Well, click the link and it has a picture on it. You can see what
That's what I was looking at. Yeah.
It's basically, top side. It's got a shield around the turret, and it has a reactive explosive armor facing upwards that it will, if it detects drone launched munitions or bombs, those armor plates will explosively fire upwards and try and blow up the incoming munitions
On tanks.
Yeah. But for years, it's never been applied to the top of the tanks. It's always been to the side. But there's so much
kind of like reactive armor
now.
Yeah, it is reactive. It is reactive armor.
It is reactive armor. So basically, you're creating an explosive reaction due to the incoming round to counter the kinetic energy of the round.
When a projectile hits the reactive armor explodes the opposite direction, minimizing the amount of damage done to the vehicle. I almost quoted it verbatim.
Well, what I'm looking at is this wire frame they've got above all that stuff.
That's just drone reactive armor, is what that is.
Well,
Instead of laterally, it's now up and down.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and from the framework around the cupola and the turret gives it some extra, breathing room, and it's probably raised up so that they can open their hatches and still operate the machine.
Have you seen the Israeli tanks? I can't remember what the name of it is. Mitzvah. Huh?
Oh yeah, they're hardcore. The Maraskas or the Mariskas or something like that.
Mitzvahnet or something like that.
Miskvas, yeah, those things are cool as hell.
The turret is very, very flat. Yes. So everything on these tanks is stealthy. So any round coming in from the side is going to deflect because it can't hit a straight flat angle. That's the way they were designed. They're
low profile, exactly. Low target to hit, exactly. Low radar side or radar cross section.
Yeah, they're even hard to see.
Yeah.
Man, I saw a video the other day over on Funker's 530's channel. I think it was over in Syria. There was this rebel with a video camera, and he was in a place that he shouldn't have been, out on the city streets, and this fucking Syrian government tank comes around the corner and aims directly at this cameraman and fires off a round from its main gun, and not even in slow motion, in just regular speed, you can see the round coming directly at you, and it just blows up the cameraman. It was fucking whoa. 1 second you're there, the next you're chilly.
So on our artillery rounds, we have this little interchangeable head on them, and it's got some adjustments that you make on the head. So you can change your
Yeah.
A Willie Peter round is just always going to be a Willie Peter round.
Yeah.
But you could change, the airburst and everything by. It almost looks like a combination lock on the top.
Oh, they've got a whole bunch of stuff that they can put on those. Delayed, explosions so that it can actually penetrate. They got flèche rounds. They got the Sabo rounds. Specific airburst rounds.
I've heard they've now got semi-guided.
Oh yeah. And they can fire missiles through those tubes too if they want.
Now we're getting down to something else. Some countries have smoothbore tanks, and other countries have rifled barrels. And the smoothbores, like the Israelis and Russians and some other ones, they kept it that way so that they could shoot rockets instead of a typical projectile, self-propelled rockets. That's cool as shit. Guided missiles out of your tank barrel.
Well, they did have a setup early on when the Abrams first came out. They wanted to put actual tow missile launcher boxes on the tanks, just like they did with the Bradleys, but they decided against it for whatever reason.
They did put the grenade sets on them though.
Yes,
I know for a fact they put 2 sets of grenade bots on those things.
Yeah, like static Mark 19 launchers,
and the 203 boxes. They had 203 boxes on them too.
Yeah.
And there's all the smoke canisters so they can make a smoke screen and shit.
Oh, we could do that with artillery too. That was another feature.
A lot of rocket boxes and stuff like that. They were loaded.
They had tear gas rounds.
We could do an airburst about 20 feet in the air, at close range, and do a complete smoke screen.
And then there were the hush special weapons that they could put in a 155.
That's.
Have you ever heard about the lasers that are activated through explosion?
Yeah.
Yeah. The burst rounds. Yeah. Plasma. It actually creates it into a plasma kind of energy. It's almost a plasma energy weapon. You know what I'm saying? And it's like it's cohesive.
Actually, I wouldn't doubt it if they've got something similar to a cluster round that's in a kind of like the old Navy used to use it, in their cannons, grape shot, that concept, but a cluster of maybe air defense stuff. If you could get, it just takes a little while to get that tube up in the air and get your azimuth and trajectory but I'm wondering if they don't have something in the makings for air defense on these howitzers.
Well, I you know what? Our air defense were the Vulcans.
Oh yes, sir.
Oh yeah, the mobile Vulcans.
If it's land based, and now that's the CRAM system.
Yeah. Because it's automated.
That shit is freaking nuts.
It's like an A-10 Warthog shooting from the ground.
You watch some of the CRAM videos on YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay, the CRAM, that's land-based. The CRIS is the naval-based. Now, most of the CRAM munitions that they fire from that minigun or whatever, they're self-exploding. When you watch them shoot it, you see the tracer, the whole stream of tracers go out, then you start seeing them explode in midair in a backward fashion. And that they started doing that because, if it's a land-based system and you're trying to, foil a missile attack over a city, you don't want all those munitions falling down into the city, and get friendly fire and blue on blue and everything. So they self-explode midair so that, live rounds aren't falling to the ground.
Hey, Brian, welcome
It
in.
looks wicked as hell.
No, I wouldn't doubt it if they come up with a new type of a system for drone swarms, where
Don't they use a rail gun for that?
where it looks like for drone swarm, no, that's a one shot, one kill situation with that. What you need is something that sets up a barrage and works like a flak gun. Just creates a lot of flak in the air with air bursts all over to take out drones.
Isn't that as rated the Iron Dome?
You're thinking of something different.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you talking about the SRAP.
What the U.S. is testing right now? Do you know what I mean when I say an aerostat? Okay, basically an aerostat is a blimp. It's a small blimp, and it looks kind of like what they used to use during World War I and World War II when they had all those small dirigibles above the battle lines and everything. The original use back then was to stop low altitude aircraft attacks because they get tangled up in these blimps in the lines and crash. Well, they're taking the aerostats now. The new ones for the last 20 years have sensor packages on them to help defend cities like DC. You see them all around DC. The new ones they're working on now, they're actually going to have defensive munition systems on them. You could mount lasers, you could put rocket launchers, whatever you want on them.
Oh wow. Yeah. Well, one of the things I saw on the ranges, what I thought was really cool with those Vulcans, is they would take those Vulcans, and they're meant for air defense, right? They would take a tow missile and fire it across the range and make these guys knock it down before it hit the target.
Yeah.
So the radar on the Vulcan Phalanx or the Sea Whiz, the radar is a Doppler shifting radar that tracks the larger targets. So what I mean by that when I say it is it cuts a missile in half, then it tracks the larger part of that and then cuts that next section in half and tracks the larger part of that and cuts that next section in half. And as long as it can get a radar fix, and it gets a radar fix in microseconds, as long as it can get a fix on it, then it'll keep on the trigger and continue to knock that thing out of the air.
Oh wow.
That's I worked on the radar part of it.
Oh right.
And it's once it gets on you, there's no shaking it.
Right.
It just can't. So once you get a lock, you can get a lock within 5 miles. You can start taking out of the air inside of 2.5 miles.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Right.
I remember the only time I've seen a Sea Whiz in person was when we had that Perry class frigate do a port visit in Cleveland when I was about 10 years old. And they did demonstrations for the people that visited the ship, both of the Sea Whiz and the single mount auto reloading SM2 launcher on the front of the ship. And I was amazed at how fast those things like the Sea Whiz can turn and point in less than a second wherever it needs to go. It's fast. And that missile launcher on the front, it fires that missile, and immediately the door underneath it opens and a new one slides right up onto the rail. It's ready to go in like 2 or 3 seconds. That was before they started vertical launch missile cells on ships.
I think drones are the new future of warfare.
Well, there's a lot of people that are. There's a lot of small third world terrorist-like countries, including Iran, Yemen, uh, and others that agree with you that drones are the future of warfare. Why? Because you can put 500 pounds of fucking explosives on them or 50 pounds of explosives on them and send it 1,000 miles and drop it onto a place that you. It's like a highly accurate harpoon missile. And it
And you
costs
don't have
nothing to
to
develop.
you don't have to risk a human life with it either.
It's a kamikaze that could be reused.
So yeah, the Iranians are really enjoying the drones recently because they'll fire a drone from Iran, route it over a Yemeni target to get its flight origin, and then turn it towards the Israeli target that it's actually intended towards, and take it out. And it looks like it's fired. It looks like it's fired from Yemen at that point in the program.
I'm thinking of a single projectile that opens up and releases huge drone swarm.
Yeah, that's just
yes, didn't they outlaw that?
That's an evolution of cluster bomb technology.
Yeah, and that's been outlawed now for about 20 years.
Yeah, we still got lots of JSOWs.
Oh, dude, we got a ton of them.
Oh yeah, piles and piles and piles of them. That's about the best anti-personnel and anti-vehicle weapon that you got in our inventory.
I don't think that we would use weapons that have been banned. I mean, we got rid of all of our chemical weapons and biological stuff like they asked us to.
Hey, for years we used 12-gauge shotguns and they were outlawed.
Oh yeah, and so did the Russians, and so did the Chinese. They all got rid of their shit too. So yeah.
The Vietnamese
and we all three reported saying to the UN. Yes, we did.
Well, the Vietnamese were complaining that we were pinning the Viet Cong to trees with our flechettes that were coming out of the cluster bombs. Yeah, we were literally nailing them to trees.
Yeah, and just like
I do love a flechette.
I do.
Just like we told the UN and the Russians and the Chinese that years ago we got rid of all our neutron bombs. We never got rid of those. We still got them.
No, we still have them. We still have nerve gas too.
We still got VX and ricin bombs.
Anthrax.
Yep, we have not gotten rid of that stockpile.
Isn't Dietrich just full of it?
Well, there was that chemical destruction plant that they built on Johnson Atoll, and they built that facility. They say that they got rid of everything that was scheduled to run through it. Then they, completely disassembled and reclaimed, the land on the atoll to its original condition. Who knows if that's true? They don't let anybody on that island. Well,
they say that we got rid of our mustard gas. Well, what they did is they got rid of the leaky ones.
Yep. I guarantee there's still mustard gas probably at Dugway and Umatilla and
Milla Army Depot.
Probably New York. Kentucky has a big depot. Yeah, we got people would freak the fuck out if they knew how many munitions storage sites that we have across this country.
Well, the anthrax after 9/11, wasn't that U.S. government anthrax?
I don't know about that. I don't think we ever
found out who actually did that, did we?
I'd have to look that up.
They got awful hush-hush, didn't it?
Yeah.
So we still have the biochemical weapons. We have never gotten rid of them.
Yeah, why do you think that we still do MOP training?
Yes.
And issue MOP suits.
Yep. I don't know if they're the actual mop gear anymore. They might have changed that.
Oh, I'm sure it's upgraded.
Yeah, Smiley, I was watching that.
Yeah.
That's some cool shit, man.
The drone swarms.
Right.
If you could ever,
There was just video today released on Funkers showing footage from a Ukrainian drone, a big ass quadcopter drone that was dropping like semi-smart 100-pound munitions on a Russian position inside the Ukraine, and it was only like maybe 300 or 400 feet above the ground when it was dropping the munitions. And there's a video camera on the bottom of the drone, and it shows him dropping these tiny little smart bombs, and Russian troops are running through the trenches around their little observation post. And the one soldier, like, he was only about maybe 5 feet away from where the one hit. He didn't get up.
Oh,
I could just picture, them saying, "Oh, we're never going to use napalm again." I bet you we got tons of napalm sitting around still.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of napalm out in Hawaii, and there's a lot of napalm out at Anderson in Guam.
well, I can tell you what. There was a lot of times on the ranges where they needed extra people to go in and qualify vehicles and weapons on vehicles just to run them through their paces and to destroy the ammunition. And there was a lot of that stuff. And we would get to the point where we were firing 50 so much we knew we'd time it. We just let them run until the barrels get hot, and then we shut them off, change out the barrels, and light them up again. You know what I'm saying? Just to eliminate ammunition.
Yeah, I think
Had it
that's
on
what
a
it,
cycle.
I think that's what happened in Gulf War One, when everybody started coming back with Gulf War syndrome, supposedly from Agent Orange and depleted uranium rounds and shit like that.
Right.
Because, when we made the coalition before the war started, we were over there for a couple of months just sitting in Saudi Arabia, and they had, they did training out there. They just go to an empty spot in the desert and just start practicing. And I'm sure they used up all that shit too.
Depleted uranium, reactive armor. That was what a lot of guys were trying to dispose of it and stuff, and they got freaking radiated.
Yeah. I think that's kind of what Jimmy Beam was dealing with.
Yeah.
What is reactive armor?
We were just talking about it.
Yeah, it's a
reactive
panel.
armor is basically explosives. It's basically explosives that are mounted on the side of, say, a tank.
Got it. I know what you're talking about now. Thank you.
Okay.
And it causes a counter explosion to minimize the damage to the vehicle.
Yeah, that's why the top of the tank is most vulnerable.
Yeah,
like dead center, because everything else has got that protective.
Well, the ass of the tank is second, where the engine is.
Yeah, and it's got to have that air intake. The Abrams tanks had this great big grill on the back of the tank for their. I guess that was the radiator, the cooling system right there.
Yeah, when we first brought the Abrams to Saudi before the war started there, they had the jury rig up special air filters because of all the sand. Because the Abrams was originally designed to operate in Europe, not in the Middle East.
Yeah,
that was gonna be the folded gap weapon.
So it must have been. I'm thinking maybe might have been like a snorkel type of thing, maybe.
No, none of ours had. No. I don't know. But no, you couldn't stand behind them, man. You couldn't stand behind them. You couldn't. And when you drove in especially when they first came out, they did a straight back exhaust, and you couldn't drive one vehicle behind another. You had to keep a good 60 to 70 feet behind that thing.
No, but we're talking about the modifications that they made for the desert. Wiz?
Oh, well, okay. I'm not sure.
So they wouldn't suck sand and stuff into the air intake and all that.
Right, because that's a turbine engine that drives that. Yep.
Right.
Right. Now the M68 ones, they had the old Allison packs. Yep. They
Our
took two of them.
I don't remember what I know it was a GM. Our engines were made by GM.
Originally, yep. Well,
on the one,
see, there's two places that they make, or they have made Abrams tanks. One,
we had a Chrysler too.
Yeah, that's part of GM. That's where it was all one plant in Michigan and one plant in Ohio, and
GM in our howitzers.
Yeah, the one here in Lima, Ohio, still it's the main repair base for Abrams. So we see Abrams tanks coming and going on rail and on flatbed truck all the time around here. Like hardly a month goes by that you don't see a couple tanks on the roads or going by on a train.
Where's Oshkosh made? Indiana?
Wisconsin.
Boys and girls, I probably won't be on unless you guys are. I probably won't get home till probably around 10 or 11 o'clock tomorrow night. I'm going to family dinner and probably that or maybe even a little later. It's an hour and a half away. But yeah, I'm probably not going to be on the show tomorrow night. But I will be back. I will be back Friday.
Yeah, I'll probably be up for a little bit tomorrow online, so we'll see what happens. Depends on how tired I am.
Right.
Because I'm going to try. If the weather cooperates, I'm going to be out blowing leaves half the day.
Well, if anybody in Kansas City wants to come watch the swag with me tomorrow night, that'd be great.
Absolutely. All right. So, well, I got to drop down. I am on generator time, and my time is up. It was about 15 minutes ago, according to my schedule, but I just wanted to hang out. God bless you all.
God bless you too, man.
See ya.
Peace out.
And remember, we got be thankful we're alive.
Yeah.
Okay. Just simply that.
Yep.
You know, just be thankful, grateful, humble, and just be. Yeah, I'm in awe that I'm even alive. Okay, so I'll see you tomorrow night. You guys carry on. Canoes has got it, and I'll see you Friday.
Yeah. Now go build those drone swarms.
Don't give him any bad ideas. He'll take out his neighbors.
Yeah.
We'll see you later, dude. Oh, and Don dropped out as well. He'll be back.
Buenas noches. Well, you know, it's 12:30 and I've got big plans tomorrow, so I think I'm gonna duck out as well, gentlemen. Have a great, safe Thanksgiving, guys.
Take care now.
Have a good night. And then there were three.
The three amigos.
Three Amigos. That was a good show.
Mhm.
Steve Martin.
Never saw that one.
It wasn't one of his better movies, but it was pretty good. Steve Martin is one of the only actors that, one of the only comedians. He literally went on stage one time and he just stood there and the whole audience, I mean, he didn't even say a word, nothing. And the whole audience was just rolling in laughter. And the only thing that he would do is raise one eyebrow
Yeah,
and they would just keep on laughing. And
I've
it
seen
wouldn't
clips
stop.
of those. Yeah, I don't know. I think my favorite Steve Martin was when he did that King Tut bit, like on Saturday Night Live. The whole
Yeah.
musical ensemble for it. Oh, that was hilarious. I grew up, I had the audio for that on a cassette tape. I used to play it over and over.
It was just something really cynical, and it was with him. It was always something unexpected, and the anticipation of his next thing, you'd already be laughing before he even did it. It was just his style of comedy. Nobody could duplicate that. I used to like Jonathan Winters, though.
Not familiar with that name.
Jonathan Winters? Oh, he was funny.
Well, comedy was never a genre that I really got into.
Oh, well, I know you know about Richard Pryor and
Yes.
George Carlin and stuff like that. It was around the same time. Jonathan Winters was a little before that, but he carried on into more recent times. And oh, I don't get no respect. What's his name? I don't
Rodney
get no respect.
Dangerfield.
Yeah,
Rodney Dangerfield.
I had a brain fart. Yeah,
Right.
Rodney Dangerfield. Yeah, he was good. But there was only so much you could watch of him, and then you just kind of like it just got tired after a while. His comedy. He had a show not long ago before he died, and it ran for quite a while. It was his own show, and it just really got dry. I mean, he lost touch with the humor, he did better as a guest, like a guest comedian. He didn't do really well as his own, but I guess I'd say his jokes got kind of really overly filthy, and they got overly filthy to the point of nauseatingly filthy jokes, and they were just kind of corny. They got filthy and corny at the same time. But he was good for a long time. I mean, he really make you die laughing. And then he just got kind of filthier and cornier. I don't know.
Probably
It's like
developed some bad habits.
Probably. That's what happened with a lot of Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
They would just overdo it, and whatever their persona, they would overdo it to the point of being nauseating and corny.
Yeah.
The newness wears off.
If they're not doing anything in their private life new, a lot of them developed, severe drug addictions, Porn addiction is one of them. A lot of people, the vocabulary they use starts to change if they have like a porn addiction. It gets more perverted. All their jokes are perverted because that's all that's on their mind. It takes over all the mental resources. It's like a lot of comedians now. It's just nothing but dirty jokes, but that might have something to do with the faster internet. I have no idea really.
Did you guys hear Dan Aykroyd passed away a few days ago?
Oh, no, I didn't hear about that.
Yeah. I like Dan Aykroyd.
Yep.
Yeah, it's always like maybe a few years after they die, all of a sudden all this new stuff comes out about, how disgusting they were or whatever,
Yeah.
I didn't want to believe the story about David Carradine. I didn't want to believe it, or Bob Crane. I didn't want to believe that one either. And it kind of came out after the fact. I hear it later on, and I'm like, no, Bob Crane wasn't like that. Yeah, he was.
Well, I know who. Oh, wait, Bob Crane, wasn't he the guy that played in Hogan's Heroes?
Hogan's Heroes.
Okay, yeah.
Colonel Hogan.
And the other guy you mentioned, what was his name?
David Carradine, the series Kung Fu.
What was his scandal? I never heard a scandal about him.
Found hanging by his neck. He was into strangulation.
Oh, enough said. Yeah.
Okay.
I used to watch Kung Fu. And he was in Kill Bill, that movie series. But he played a fucking asshole in that series. Jesus.
Well, I really liked the series Kung Fu.
Yeah, I used to watch Kung Fu like when I was in the first couple of years I was in high school. It'd be on right after I got home from school. Replays.
Yeah, it was kind of a family thing. We'd watch Kung Fu.
Not too overly violent.
I think you're talking about Steve Martin being one of the best banjo players in the world. No.
Yeah.
Steve Martin wants to be one of the best banjo players in the world. He hangs out with the best banjo player in the world, which is Lester Flatt.
Well, I can't argue with you on that. Yeah, Lester's the real deal.
And I am continuously listening to his renditions of Foggy Mountain Breakdown on a regular. I have him on speed dial.
Well, Steve Martin's better than me, but I don't remember us bringing up about the banjo thing.
Oh,
that was in text. I'm sorry. I was in chat.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Because I see Steve Martin brings Lester Flatt to some late night shows and plays there. And Steve Martin actually put a lot of banjo players together for a thing back in the early 2000s that won an award in New York City. Well, I mean, nobody that plays a banjo gives a fuck about an award in New York City.
It's all Nashville for them.
Sorry.
In the Grand Ole Opry.
Exactly. Banjo players come from, the Appalachian Mountains and fucking Grand Ole Opry, and they give two shits about what the people in New York City think about it. Anyway, just my humble opinion, my little soapbox. I won't jump on it.
I remember, I'm still to this day trying to find the name of this song. We had a really good folk station on an NPR station here in Cleveland. And I remember hearing one night this song that was Lester and Earl. And they did this ballad about a Confederate soldier and a Union soldier that met like off in the woods during a battle. Oh, it was one of the greatest fucking old style bluegrass songs you've ever heard. Cannot find the name of that song.
Wow, you know more about it than I do then. That's for sure.
Yes. I think Scruggs passed away. That was.
But I'm a fan
6 or
of
7
Lester
years ago.
Flatt and Earl Scruggs in a big, big way.
So am I.
I'm just a banjo fan.
Yeah.
I'm a
And
fan
Merle
of
Haggard.
banjo, to be honest.
Yeah, he rounded them out.
Merle Haggard.
How about Bill Monroe?
Bill Monroe was good too. Yeah. And
Great player.
Jorma Kaukonen, I think he's gone now too. Oh,
My daddy used to take me to bluegrass festivals
nice.
down where we were, southwestern Virginia.
Love it.
Had a lot of them. Anyway,
Well, they've been ever since Merle died. They've been doing this big thing in North Carolina called Merle Fest every year, out in the woods somewhere, and they got like probably 40 or 50, bluegrass and old style and traditional bands. Oh yeah, it's like the biggest folk gig on the east of the Mississippi.
that's just terrible.
Yeah.
Merle doesn't make them. People aren't really discovered. Their greatness is not really discovered until after they passed away.
How about Ricky Skaggs? Are you a fan of Ricky Skaggs?
Jeez.
That was my ice maker. Sorry about that.
Are you a fan of Ricky Skaggs?
Yeah, I like his music.
Yeah.
I am.
Yes.
Heartbroke. Yeah, I like Ricky Skaggs.
I was a big fan, still am, but I used to be really big in the Gordon Lightfoot.
Yeah, that was good.
At one point, I owned every album that he had on vinyl.
Have you ever heard of Woody Guthrie?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, somewhere they kind of got a kidship between bluegrass and folk music. American folk.
There's a whole genre that sparked of those two crossing. They call it newgrass. Okay. And there's some really good bands. It's kind of like, and then there's Jamgrass, a really good band if you ever want to check them out. Some new music. They're out of Michigan. They're called Green Sky Bluegrass, and yeah, they're top notch.
I just kind of I'd say in about the last since about 2010, I'd say I started getting something called outlaw country, which led me to rockabilly.
Oh, I love rockabilly. Just the guitar style alone, I love it. It's kind of like there's like a 50s surfer vibe from California to it.
Actually, Elvis was more rockabilly than he was rock and roll.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like it revs me up, listening to rockabilly. I'm getting ready for work or something in the morning, crank up some rockabilly, and it's like you had a cup of coffee without drinking it.
I'll have to introduce you to a alternative to that. There's this weird musical phenomenon that is mostly based in Finland and to some extent Sweden. And it's like Nordic rockabilly.
Oh, yeah.
They call it Rautalanka. And there's some amazing bands that do that shit. Oh, it's great to watch. You can't understand a fucking word they're saying, but it's awesome.
I saw one. It was the Thunderstruck one.
Oh, yeah, that's what's the name of that band? Steven Seagulls.
Yeah, they're Norwegian. Yeah.
They're from Finland. Yeah.
Oh, Finland? Oh, okay. Yeah, that was a pretty cool rendition. I like that.
And they did a rendition of November Rain from Guns N' Roses. That's probably the best cover of any cover I've ever heard in my life. And I'm not a big Guns N' Roses fan, but
I'm kind of wondering if there's like an Americana revival going on over there or something.
No, well, with Steven Seagulls, they're just a bunch of hicks in Finland that think they're living in Tennessee or something. They live that lifestyle. Oh, hey, Nightingale, have a good one. Hope your Thanksgiving is good later today.
And I like classical guitar. I can listen to Spanish classical guitar. I mean, for hours, just for
flamenco. Yeah, that's good stuff.
Flamenco jazz fusion.
So Dan Aykroyd is not dead. His brother Peter is dead. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I thought I saw in multiple sources that Dan died, but I could be wrong. I've been known to be wrong.
Good night, Nightingale.
I don't know. Every time I see someone say Buenos noches, I think it says good nachos.
Yeah, we got a little inside joke about that. We always say Boni nachos.
Boni nachos. Best nacho that I've ever had in my life was from a roller skate arena in my old hometown. They made the best fucking nachos.
Oh yeah, pulled pork nachos. I love that.
And is your phone dying, Bill?
Are you hearing a beep?
Yes.
Yeah, that's my power cord going on and off. There's a short in it.
Okay. Yeah. Or a bent connection somewhere.
It's bent.
Yeah.
Pulled pork nachos.
It sounds good. I've never had them before, but that sounds good. I've had pulled pork, tacos from a street truck. Those were good.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's kind of, that's what tongue, which is lengua in Spanish. You get a lengua taco. And it's a lot like pulled pork, the graininess and stuff of the meat,
Yeah, I've had tongue before. It's not bad.
Well, I've had it the Mexican way, and I had it the way that my mom made it. My mom would make it like a roast, and then she would just slice it and make sandwiches out of it.
Well, I don't think I've had pork tongue. I've only had beef tongue.
Beef tongue. Yeah, beef tongue. I've never had pork tongue. I probably never will. At least knowingly. And I could eat a lot of the parts of pork, but you tell me it's tongue, I'm probably not going to like it. And I could sit there and eat on a pork ear when they sell them like carnitas.
Yeah.
There's a place we used to go to that they'd have this giant copper pot, and they'd cook carnitas in the copper pot, and there'd be ears and stuff like that in it. Freaking awesome. Oh man, I'm telling you, they are the best. Some jalapenos or something, or some kind of salsa and some fresh tortillas. It was actually from a tortilla place where they made, a lot of tortillas to sell to stores. And they were in all the stores. This company was a friend of my brother-in-law, and we go there and we get these big old We get chicharrones, which is pork rinds.
Yeah, we sell them at work.
And carnitas. And the carnitas, they're so good. Oh my gosh. Somebody out there that knows Mexican food knows what I'm talking about. A lurker.
I don't think we have many lurkers tonight there. I'm only showing 4 people watching.
Okay.
2 on YouTube, 2 on Twitch, 2 on YouTube. Hey, I'll be back in a minute. I got to run downstairs.
Okay. Dunty, are you getting a midnight snack?
I am. As a matter of fact, I'm sitting here chewing on some roasted peanuts.
Yeah, I was wondering why you were so quiet.
So you don't need to hear me chawing on these.
And my dog figured out how to get a peanut out of a shell and not eat the shell. And I guess she just learned it from watching me.
I swear my dogs are smarter than some of the people I know. And I ain't joking.
Yeah, I believe it. They are smart.
And I'll say this again. The more I hang out with my dogs, the more I don't care for people.
Yeah, true.
Or what was that? That was backwards. Sorry. The more I hang out with people, the more I love my dogs.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, dogs know how to love us without strings attached. People are not that way. Usually. I think there's a few exceptions.
Yeah, there's some out there.
I don't think people are altogether that bad, but they can be. We're all capable of unbelievable evil.
People are good. People want to do good. And here's the thing, though. We want to believe that people are good and that people will do the right thing. We want, as a species, we want that. We hope for that. We live for that. And it's crushing when it doesn't happen.
Yeah. It's kind of like the social credit. You know? It's everybody. It's like the new school system. With me, everybody starts out with 5 stars. You know, they start out with 5 stars. I'll give you the respect, 5-star respect. The minute you show me disrespect, I'm gonna knock a star off there. And pretty soon you're down to nothing, and there's no reprieve. You know?
Yeah. Oh, I know exactly what you mean, but I guess I start differently. You and me start equal, and you're the first 30 seconds you go downhill or uphill from there.
Exactly. Well, we start out with 5 stars, though. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt.
You give them the big benefit of the doubt. I barely give them the benefit of the doubt. I'll say, okay, I won't kill you now because you've not given me a fucking excuse to. That's kind of my thing.
You know what? My biggest regret, though, is that so many times I have regretted not trusting my first impression. Because usually with me, my first impression is the right one.
Mine is always right.
Yeah, if in doubt, go with the gut.
Exactly. But I don't. And I extend my trust out to people, and they seem to just
want them to be nice. You want them to be good. You want them to be, I don't know, like you.
Amicable.
You want to believe, yeah. You want to believe that they are going to do the right thing. You do.
But if I just didn't trust anybody, I'd never get anything done. If I just don't trust anybody, I'll never get a damn thing done. So it's like my customers, with my trade and everything. If they look at me and they're like, well, why should I trust you? And I say, well, why should I trust you? You might not pay me. Why should I trust you? And they look at me like, well, why should I trust you? And I'm looking at them, well, trust has to start somewhere. Give it a shot and see what happens. That's all you can do. That's all you can do. Trust has to start somewhere. And sometimes it's a leap of faith. When
it comes to commercial transactions like that, most of your customers are there because of your reputation in one form or another. Either they've heard of you, they've read about you, somebody's told them about you, or one form or another.
Not with every painter that I know. I know some painters with really bad reputations. They just have a great big ad in the phone book.
Yeah.
And they keep
or they're the first people in the yellow pages. Yep. I feel you.
And they've been around for years and been doing crappy work for years, but because they got a big ad, they get a lot of business.
And nowadays you get a lot of people like that who have lots of friends and families that will go to all the online sites and put glowing reviews of them up.
Oh yeah, there's that too.
Yeah.
But then on the other hand, I think there's a lot of people that put negative reviews because that's their competition. So your competition will go and put negative, like eBay, right? It'll say 3 stars, and you're thinking, this has got to be a crappy product. If it's 3 stars, I see a 4-star right next to it and a 5-star on the other side. Why would I buy from him? How do you know that the guy with the 4 and the 5 stars weren't going in and putting negative reviews so that they could sell more product? And I think a lot of the Chinese do that crap.
Yeah. I won't willingly buy anything out of China.
Oh my gosh.
It's like all these people that are buying shit on Wish. I don't get it.
They're trying to disguise it too. They'll be out of China. And I was seeing Qingzhou, what looked like Connecticut. It was Qingzhou, China. It was CN. So they don't want you to see the full word China.
Mm-hmm.
It's a play on. Why would you put CN as an abbreviation for China? It looks like, Connecticut or something. Because
there's a YouTuber I follow. He's a young guy. He's probably about 21, 22 in Kentucky. And he does like hunting and fishing, catch and cook and clean shows. He does hunting gear reviews and gun tests, and he goes hunting. And he did this review a few days back where he bought a bunch of fucking body armor off of Wish and tested it out in his backyard to see if it was like rated like it should be, and it wasn't.
Of course,
he was shooting supposed level 3A plates in a plate carrier, and he was penetrating them with like a 25 ACP. And he was testing a supposed level 3 helmet, and he punctured it all the way through with a 22. Get what you pay for.
They're dishonest. The Chinese stuff is
they're fucking commies.
Yeah.
They're in.
And if you've been bamboozled enough by their cheap crap that comes out of China, If you've been bamboozled enough, you'll stop buying it.
Yeah.
I have. I've had my fill. Huh?
Some people are just clueless.
Well, if I have a choice, I mean, sometimes on the other hand, you say you need some sockets or something, sockets and a ratchet set, and you don't have the money and you just need something to do a one-time job.
That's the whole point with like Harbor Freight. It's all Chinese crap. But if you're looking for just a couple uses out of it, yeah, I don't mind going to Harbor Freight and buying some Chinese fucking tools that I need for one job, and then I don't need them anymore.
I buy Harbor Freight like a bitch. I've been buying Harbor Freight way before everybody knew what Harbor Freight was.
Now, I do have a Harbor Freight Sawzall that's actually pretty good. I will give them credit for that. They call it Chicago Power brand, but it's Chinese.
I have the same thing with brad nailers. They were so cheap that I bought 2 of them, anticipating one of them.
I'm looking to buy it. I'm looking to buy an angle grinder from them in the next couple of days.
Well, before Trump, if you would have bought a Black & Decker, it would have been made in China, just like Harbor Freight is.
Yeah. I think Black & Decker switched to China back in the early 2000s.
Well,
the same people that make Black & Decker make DeWalt.
Yeah, Trump brought him back though. He was supposed to have brought him back. They were moving to Texas. I don't know if they did.
We got a Black & Decker food processor at work. It's a piece of fucking garbage.
They are. They don't make anything good.
But now, on the other hand, we got a Black & Decker Dustbuster from probably around 88, 89, something like that. And it still fucking works like the day we took it home. And I'm pretty sure it was made in America back then.
Well, see, DeWalt is Black & Decker, but I found out that they merged with another company now. So Black & Decker, I think they're all the same ball of shit in a different wrapper.
Yeah, from what I understand, the only true American-made power tool brand anymore is Milwaukee.
Love Milwaukee. Never have a problem with them. Ever. Or Ryobi. I know Ryobi's not American, but I have not had a problem with anything from Ryobi either.
We got a lot of old Craftsman stuff. My dad and my grandfather both love Craftsman.
I know Makita is a Japanese company. Makita makes really good power tools.
Yeah, I got a Makita circular saw.
And Bosch is real good. But I'm happy with skill saws and in Milwaukee's and Ryobi. Professionally, they do fine for me. I don't think they're cheap home improvement products. I think they're professional grade. I think Ryobi is very professional. It's actually gotten better since I started buying Ryobi. And they were good already. And I think they're made in Korea, if I'm correct on that.
Either Korea or Taiwan, one of the two.
I know they're not Chinese, though. I don't know. Ryobi sounds kind of like something like a Shinobi. A Shinobi ninja. I'm back smoking my pipe and it's making me cough.
I got to dig out my old pipe for tobacco smoking. I haven't used that thing in forever.
Well, I grew my beard out and I look like a freaking Amish or something.
I got the same thing. All my regular customers at work, they're like, man, I've been coming in here for like over a year and you haven't touched that thing. And I'm like, nope. They're like, why do you do it? And I'm like, it's my form of protest. I'm not shaving until the country is completely reopened and all the bullshit's gone.
I kind of agree with that mindset, actually. Kind of thought that way. I kind of felt like a submarine. I'm kind of submerged, and I got my periscope up. I'm looking around, but I'm not coming to the surface until they flatten that non-existent curve.
Yeah.
That's what I said. I said, I'll resurface when the non-existent curve gets flattened.
Yeah, I think I haven't shaved completely since like my birthday 2 years ago, I think. Something around there. Yeah, it was just after COVID started.
Probably.
Or my March of 19.
I might try for that yeared. They call it a yeared challenge. A 1 year beard. So if you can grab your beard and have an inch past the edge of your hand when your beard is grabbed, that's what the challenge is to try to get it that long, where it actually goes beyond the grip of your hand.
Let's test this theory out.
Got a grasp it.
It's all bunched up at my chin.
It's almost there.
I've got probably a good 4 inches.
Close up your pinky finger. Close up your pinky finger on it.
It's
Oh yeah, you're just about there. About another fraction of an inch to go.
Well, what I'm thinking is I want to grow it for at least another year, and I want to get it long enough that I can try and braid it.
Well, don't grow it so long that it actually becomes dangerous, because you get it so long and you'll actually get it caught in drills and shit.
I don't work in that kind of profession though.
Oh, okay.
But this is not the longest I've had my beard before. I've had my beard past my belly button at one point. Yeah.
Well, you can always tuck it too.
True.
Tuck it or braid it or whatever. So can you braid it?
Can I what?
Can you braid it yet?
It would look kind of stupid. It would be like a bottle brush underneath my chin. I want to get it long enough that I can braid like maybe 4 or 5 inches and kind of have like they call them rat tails. But the problem is my beard hair is real dry, frizzy, and crinkly. It's not like straight or smooth or anything like that, so it'd be really hard to braid. I'd have to like condition the fuck out of it. But
mine looks like a Brillo pad. It looks just like steel wool.
Yeah, mine's kind of like that.
So I don't look like some of the younger guys, but
I'm about due to trim up the sides. From my ears down to my chin along the sides. That does need a little work.
And then when I wear my black hat, I look just like a Amish. I look like an Amish.
I've been accused of that before. I've also been accused of looking like a dwarf. No, seriously. I was at a baseball game in Cleveland. It was the home opener like in 2012. And about halfway through the game, it turned into a complete shit show, and half the crowd left. And I was able to hear this couple like 3 rows back and like a section over. They're like, look at that dude in the orange jersey. He looks like fucking Gimli from Lord of the Rings.
That's not a bad thing, really.
No, I kept it kind of a straight face, but I was smiling. I'm like, okay, that's kind of cool.
Now, my next door neighbor, he's got a big, one of those big beards that springs out. And his hair's real long, and it totally he looks insane. You know, he looks like a complete nut job, and his hair is like really long, like a rocker, but his beard is just sprung out all over, and it's all gray, you know. And I thought it was cool, and that kind of inspired me to want to grow my beard out because it looks like, I don't know, I just like the look of it.
Now, see, I'm at the point where if I ever do decide to shave, get rid of the beard, I could do handlebar mustaches. I have enough volume. It actually, my mustache, you can't see it on the shit camera, but the end of my mustachio it naturally curves upward.
Look at the picture Smiley put on there.
Yeah.
I could never get my mustache to be perfect like that. It will not lay down. I got hairs, if I don't trim them, they go up into my nose, not out of my nose.
Oh, yeah, same here. That's what makes small electric trimmers real handy.
Yeah, just stay submerged for a while. Keep your periscope up. That's what I'm doing. And let's see if they flatten that curve, that non-existent curve that we know doesn't exist. That means Biden's got to get out of there. And then the curve will be gone. That's my excuse anyway, and I'm sticking to it. And I don't have beer.
Oh, shit. 1 minute warning. 1 minute warning.
Kind of wish I had a beer tonight, though.
I'm drinking these Finnish long drinks.
We have a lot of companies here that are making crafted beer nowadays.
Oh, yeah, we got small craft breweries, been huge here in my area for 20 years now.
Yeah, it's been about that long here. But there's more coming every day. I'm finding more and more.
Yeah.
We make some really good IPAs here. A lot of good ales. Really good ales. I like good hoppy, bitter ales.
Yeah, we talked about this like last week.
I know.
Yeah, I'd like IPAs, but I can't drink them often because they're too strong. They're too expensive.
They're about $7 for a 4-pack. 7 something.
Around here, it's about $9 for a 4, $10 or $11 for a 6. And that's just too much for me.
Yeah, that's expensive.
Like lately, like these long drinks that I get, they're about almost $11 for a 6-pack. I don't get them that often though, because I've been drinking that cheap beer lately. You get a 6-pack for less than $5. The Genesee.
Yeah. I do Miller. I'll just buy a bunch of Miller sometimes, drink Miller, and just
yeah, High Life's all right. I don't care for Miller Lite though.
No, I don't like Miller Lite. I don't drink any light beer at all when I drink it.
Yeah.
And I don't drink all the time. I mean, I can take it or leave it. I'll go for a week, couple of weeks, maybe even a month. I've gone for years without drinking.
Yep. Yeah, I've gone for years without drinking, and I've gone years without smoking weed. It's all willpower.
I mean, when COVID came, probably about 6 months after the COVID thing started, I started drinking more beer than I have in a long time. And now I'm kind of trailing off of it.
Well, I do like I like rye whiskey, and I'd actually prefer to drink that over beer, but I can't get it at my store. And it's too far to the fucking liquor store when you don't drive. So I go
Why
without.
rye whiskey? It just seems like it burns so much.
Well, it's half the pleasure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, rye's got a spicy bite to it. That's why I like it. Bourbon's just too sweet for me.
Yeah, bourbon's kind of syrupy like. It's kind of a sour syrupy.
We got this thing at work. I bought the last 2 bottles of it because we stopped carrying it, and we're just trying. It was marked down, discontinued. Spiked eggnog. It's only like 21% alcohol. It's got a good kick to it, and I like eggnog.
Oh, and I really hate vodka.
Yeah, I'm not too much a fan. I'm picky about it. I'll only drink like real Stolichnaya, Stoli vodka, or Finlandia. That's about it.
I bought me some potato vodka. People were telling me it was a really good vodka. And lo and behold, I peeked my guts out.
Well, it depends on where it's made. The Poles in Poland, they make some good vodka, and some of it's potato vodka. I've had it before. I wouldn't want to drink it to get drunk.
Did you hear the military helicopter going over me right now?
Is that what that is?
Yep.
I'll look it up on my flight tracker, see what it says.
It's got the sound of a military.
Oh, yeah, you can hear the muffler system on it.
Yeah, they come all inadvertently. I get a lot of military traffic over my head. Been a lot of helicopters lately, though. A lot of small aircraft.
You know what I've been seeing, because I look at the flight tracker, multiple times a day. A lot of military flights from other countries flying over the U.S.
Yeah.
There was an executive transport, a Gulfstream G5 from the Hungarian Ministry of Defense flying cross country over the U.S. the other day.
You know what we have right now? I think it's somewhere over Nebraska. The Antonov.
Oh, really? The big one? The wide body?
Yeah. I mean, they could load that with several Hind helicopters if they wanted to. It's that big. But yeah,
I just watched the video of it wasn't a Hind, it was like an MIL-28, like a small attack and transport chopper over in Ukraine, and it got shot down by the Russians. It was flying low and fast, probably 100 feet above the ground, and it got hit by a missile, and it hit the ground within like 3 seconds.
Yeah, I think the Russians could take out the whole Ukrainian military quickly.
Oh, the fighting has already started over there again.
Yeah.
Wow. This is actually bizarre. I don't even know if the site is working, because it usually shows this time of night at least 20 to 30 military assets flying over the U.S. It's only showing 2. So if there's anything running tonight, it's not public information. They got their transponders turned off.
Monkey Works is where I found the Antonov information.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they're showing 1 helicopter military flying just west of El Paso, and that's the only thing anywhere near you. So they're doing something funny tonight. With the website.
There's a bunch of cloaked aircraft also flying over Florida, around the Jacksonville area.
Oh, there's a lot of stuff moving in and out of Jacksonville.
Yep.
It has been for a couple months now. And they're talking, the one thing Monkey was talking about a lot lately is all of the off the East Coast. There's a lot of fighter activity going on that doesn't show up on the trackers. The only way you can really tell is all the refueling aircraft that are heading out towards the ocean, to support the operations. So they're training for something big.
Up in the Northeast.
Yep, a lot of helicopter track up there.
Which means they get fighters up there.
Lots of small spy planes, spy helicopters, command post planes like the E-6.
That means surveilling the area up there for something.
Well, a lot of it, they're tracking all the refugees that came over from Afghanistan. And once they get out of, processing, they're trying to keep track of those people, snooping electronically, trying to get their cell phones and shit.
Yeah, there's not much. There's not really a whole lot of air traffic around me. That on Monkey's channel, they showed one aircraft, one grayed out, one aircraft that was grayed out. That was it. And then there's one up in Idaho. There's something going on up in Idaho.
Smiley, is that a current image?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe the website just wasn't loading correctly on my side.
Yeah, what do you want me to zoom in on?
Well, usually
if I put military on, there's barely anything.
Yeah, if you click on, are you on ASBD Exchange?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you hit the U, right there, that's the image I was getting, and that is not right. It's never like that, even at night.
Maybe they're all celebrating Thanksgiving early.
Oh, shit. You know what? That could be a possibility. They might have a holiday stand down for a day.
Yep.
I didn't think of that.
Yeah, I can't say I understand.
Operation Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah, no Thanksgiving dinner for me. I'm making meatloaf.
We're making 2 turkeys. Smiley's a good-looking Chinese guy.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
We'll call him Wing Chung.
That's my code name.
Everybody Wing Chung tonight. So, fire in the bowl. Now there was an incident, 3 or 4 days now ago that I've still not seen an update on what happened. It was a training mission that went bad at McLaughlin Air Force Base in Texas. And 2 T-38 jet trainers, apparently, it sounds like they collided on the ground right at takeoff. Like they had a catastrophic accident. One pilot was killed, the other was in critical. And the Air Force had no comment.
I wonder why.
I don't know. Air Force is funny. Dutch Air Force.
Hasn't Netherlands always been a faithful ally to the U.S.?
Yep. To this day, they still let us store nukes over there. Same with Belgium. We got a lot of nukes over in Belgium.
And I thought Norway was pretty friendly with the U.S. too.
Yep. We do a lot of joint training and cross training. In fact, we just finished up 2 big exercises over there with the Marines and the Air Force.
I don't know why my dog is limping. I checked her paws. Something's wrong with her.
She an older dog?
No, she just started this today. No, she's about 6 years old.
Yeah, maybe she was chasing something and she overdid it.
Maybe. I know she's my little buddy. I don't like to see anything happen to her.
Oh, for sure.
She's got this one.
Have you seen that weird dude and his dog walking past your house anymore?
No.
Good.
That was weird. It was pretty late at night.
Mm-hmm.
We have a lot of weird people walking by our house too, though. A lot of weird people. They just do weird stuff. I mean, I'm serious. I think the zombie apocalypse is actually on right now. See people all dressed in black riding on bicycles with black backpacks.
Well, you can see the real whacked out zombies in Philadelphia, where they got that huge problem going with the fucked up heroin.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's bad heroin going around in Philly right now, and whole neighborhoods, you drive through them, and it's like it literally looks like a zombie fest, like on the city streets. People stumbling around, they can't stand up straight, they fall over, they're losing muscle control. Just bizarre activity.
I see stuff like that when I go downtown into Salt Lake City, and I see people.
Yeah.
With
downtown Cleveland, same thing.
No shirt on, waving their arms around, can't hardly stand up, walking out in the middle of the street, standing in the medians. It's getting scary.
Yep. That's big city for you.
People with ratty hair that got grass and stuff in their hair, you know, because they've been sleeping on lawns.
Yeah.
Hair's all ratted out. They look like they haven't bathed in a year or more.
You can smell their body odor from 10 feet away.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And they give them free, they get free bus rides within the city area. They can go anywhere on the bus, and then they've got these rental bicycles, these little electric scooters. They're trying all these little green initiative things, you know, that it's...
Yeah, Cleveland tried to do a free use bicycle system. You know, they would park these bikes in random places around downtown, and they were free to use. You know, just when you're done with it, you know, return it to one of the bike racks that the program ran. And they had to stop the problem because all the homeless people were using them, and they're like, well, I'm not taking this back. I'm going to cut it up and sell it for scrap.
Tweakers, yeah.
Yep.
So I'm noticing they drop them anywhere and just leave it there. And I guess I don't know what they do if the city goes around and tries to round them all up and load them on a truck and take them back downtown or what. But I'll see them miles and miles away from the city where, you know, just somebody just dropped the bike and left it there. Just weird places. So I don't know if they have to return them or if they have to show an ID to use them. I don't know. I never tried it.
Well, as far as the homeless go in Cleveland, I mean, it's bad now. It's worse than it's been in years. But there are probably 45 or 50 shelters that will take anybody in. And these hardcore street people that especially hang out around the very downtown center of Cleveland at Public Square, they're just too much. They're too addicted. They're too drunk because you have to be clean to go into these facilities. They don't let anything go on in there. So you got, you know, if you're downtown right now at the casino, I guarantee there's going to be 500 homeless people walking around acting like fucking zombies right on Public Square and hanging out outside the casino and panhandling and shit. Crazy.
We had a little bit of it, but up until about, I'd say 10 years ago, we had nothing like what it is now.
Yeah. There's tent camps set up underneath a lot of the freeway overpasses.
Oh,
bridges.
They're just right on the boulevards. I mean, they set up tents right in front of a freaking store. They don't care. They'll set up a tent anywhere they want to. They set them up on sides of the mountains and stuff around here, you know, where they got easy access to go down to a gas station or whatever. I'm in a 7-Eleven one morning, early in the morning, and this guy is just grabbing all the coffee creamers and shoving them in his pockets and putting them in a sack in his backpack and all over. And I try to act like I'm not looking at him, and he looks up at me and goes, well, at least I can make now I can make cereal. He goes, now I can make cereal. And I'm thinking, you freaking douchebag, you know, I don't care. He was like a peg leg dude. He was probably about 4'5" or something like that. It looked like his leg off or something.
I won't give money to homeless people anymore.
He was all shaved.
I'll give them a cigarette. That's it. Because they're just going to take that money and buy drugs with it.
I don't know. I don't know. And they're always panhandling everywhere you go. You can't go anywhere without getting hit up by a panhandler.
No, whoa. I need to jump in here. You don't know, Bill? You do know. You know exactly what this douchebag is doing. You know exactly what these idiots are going to do.
Free healthcare.
And see, there's kind of the problem is that you will have a lot of empathy towards, and I'm not saying you as in you as in people, okay? People will have lots of empathy for long periods of time and overlook a lot of stupidity before they crack. And there's the issue.
Yeah.
We overlook so much shit. We're empathetic towards this guy that's sitting here grabbing all of the fucking creamers. This guy, I ought to look at this guy and call him the cocksucking, dirtbag, shameful piece of shit that he is. I'm sorry, but he is. What happened to shame? What? Do you have no fucking honor anymore?
Well,
I'm down on my luck. You shouldn't be beating me like that. Yes, I should. Because you're doing nothing to change your fucking attitude or your position. Sorry, I'll get off my horse now. I apologize.
No, I get what you're saying, and I'm just saying I'm seeing so much of it. It's like upside down world now. It's not just that one.
We as a people, we as a culture are overlooking so much stupidity. We're empathizing ourselves to death. We're the ones that are allowing the low bar to be set.
We are promoting it because we are giving them places to live. We are giving them places to live. They literally built a bunch of skyrise apartments, brand new skyrise apartments, just to put them in there. Nice apartments. Have taken what used to be hotels, and they're housing them here.
Yep.
So that's not that's not me. I mean, when I see
it's not you, but it's our city, our state, and our federal government are paying developers or business people to take those hotels, turn them into homeless spots, homeless places.
That were really a lot of that going on in California.
They were really nice hotels too.
Yep.
So they traded that. They traded this type of face for their city for having a bunch of rich people getting off the plane and going up to the ski resorts. I guess they would prefer the ingrates before they would prefer a bunch of rich people going skiing.
Woke politics.
Well, that's what they've done. They've swapped. They swapped the money for poverty and insanity. And we also did something else too. We closed up all the insane asylums.
Yep.
So
that was a big mistake.
That was the big mistake.
State hospital. We call them state hospitals here in Ohio, and we had a big one in Columbus. And there was one person specifically that was responsible for shutting down that system across the country. I can't remember who it was though. The politician. Oh.
Logan?
No, not. He wasn't a president. And I have to look into that, but I remember reading about it.
Sounds like a liberal thing to me.
Oh yeah.
Progressive, because we've got all these undercover liberals in the Republican Party too.
Oh yeah, I think we're gonna clean that out here in the not too distant future. I see hope for a rhino purge.
Yeah, because progressivism is nothing but another. They tried to whitewash their communism.
It's another one of those estrogen-based poisoning diseases. That whole liberal thinking. Sorry.
Yeah.
Estrogen poisoning is what I call it.
Yeah. Tofu meat farm.
Man,
Kind of like
Meat farm.
yeah,
Now, watch out. You're going to get canoes started. He's going to start throwing out some meat glue here in a second.
nah, that's going into my meatloaf later tonight. Yeah, I'm gonna make meatloaf with gravy, mashed potatoes, probably some stuffing just for the hell of it.
Man, that sounds good. Comfort food.
Corn and some green beans.
I'm gonna make so much extra stuffing because that's my very favorite thing in the whole wide world.
I like box brand, like the stovetop brand. I love the pork flavored stuffing. I can use it with anything. It's delicious.
I make great stuffing from scratch. I even make rice stuffing. I don't know if you've ever tried wild rice stuffing. And
I've had it before. It's okay. I prefer the original bread style, but yeah, it's interesting.
I like to make it with rye bread. I'll make toasted rye bread stuffing.
Yeah.
Just kind of tweak those flavors a little bit.
I can make all the stuffing I want for free, as far as the bread goes, because we get all the stuff at work that starts to turn stale and we can't use it and we can't get credit for it. So I take it home and chop it up.
Actually,
throw it in the oven.
Now that I'm thinking about it, I think a sourdough stuffing would be good.
Never had that. Yeah, that sounds pretty good.
Would be really good. All cubed up bread, sourdough bread, and one of the main things definitely got to have sage in it, and I think sage would go really good with sourdough. Heck yeah, man.
My dad used to love we have a big like 1950s era aluminum rotisserie oven. Or no, not aluminum, all stainless steel. Like built like a brick shit house. And my dad would make rotisserie chicken in it. It was absolutely fucking delicious. And his trick was he used the stovetop brand, the straight cornmeal stuffing mix, and he would put a lot of paprika in it. And he would baste the chicken on the outside with paprika, so you'd have like a hot, spicy chicken. Oh, it was fucking delicious. I gotta pull that thing out of the garage and fire it up.
I always try a different creation every time. Every time I make stuffing or Thanksgiving, I always try to do things a little bit different, tweak it just another way. I see Dallas in there tonight.
Yeah.
Yep. But I'm so tired of hearing about Kyle Rittenhouse and all the bantering about it. Such a diversion.
Yeah.
I get that, but I'm not. We don't get a lot of wins. So so we need to milk this one.
We just need to install the BS filter.
Well, what I want to see is the next phase. I want to start seeing them bring to bear the CNNs, or bring to heel the CNNs, the MSNBCs, and quite frankly, the fucking Joe Bidens of the world with some litigious fucking movements. I want to see some lawsuits.
I think that's already happened as far as Biden's concerned.
That's what I want to see. I want to see lawsuits coming out of his ass. Yeah. See every one of them fucking under heel.
Yeah, I want to see him and Nick Sandman start start their own freaking after they win all these lawsuits and everything. Maybe go and buy CNN and
I agree.
and fire everybody in it.
I would make some fucking noise. I swear I would. You know, I mean, I get it. He's just getting his feet out under him now after being really rocked. But his next move forward should be suing some motherfuckers. I want to hear where CNN just coughed up another 250 million just because, well, he asked them to.
Well, he should ask for $1 billion. You know,
yeah, I agree.
He won't get it, but he might end up getting $500 million. Imagine $500 million payout. I can see it.
Eventually, they're going to have to let all those January 6th political prisoners loose.
Yeah,
and when they do, oh man, all shit's gonna break loose. So there's more money. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just want to see him start calling some motherfuckers out.
Oh, yeah.
Because you can.
Well, over the last 2 days, I have not watched them, but I've gotten notifications from some of the channels that I follow, them reporting about a lawsuit actually being processed right now that sounds like Rittenhouse versus Biden. So who knows?
Oh yeah, I heard that too. I read that. Several.
Like the one channel that I saw it on, I think, was Liberal Hive Mind, and a couple other ones.
It was malicious. It was talking about malicious defamation of character and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Actual libel. Yeah. I mean, if it's been proven by a court of law once, and then you come out and you say, well, no, that's not right, then you're libeling.
Yeah, you're right. This is the time to use this to be on the offensive.
Exactly. Well, that's all I'm saying.
And think of it this way: what if they go after Biden like that, and then tie in the media and all the money that's being made off the lies? The conspiracy, baby, that's under the RICO Act.
Listen, Trump is still suffering under the heel of fucking liberal bastards going after his tax information and personal information, and even governments, Southern District of New York. Oh my God, what a bunch of goddamn commies there. But that's the thing. If he starts that now, Biden could suffer. Biden and Biden's family could suffer the rest of his fucking life. And there's hope, if you know what I mean. Suffer financially and litigiously, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I like that word, litigiously.
We're on the we have this window to be on the offense right now. We have a window. That window may not stay open if we don't do something and act now.
You're right. Biden will probably stroke out before he would face a jury. You're right.
He ain't looking good. He
couldn't handle the stress of that.
Dude, I don't see him making the full 4 years here. I really don't see him making the full term.
I don't see him making it past January. He was so worn out, and when he walked out of that last press conference, he made some stupid statement and then turns around, walks away, and doesn't even look at him, and they're screaming at him, But we got out all these questions people wanted answered, and he wouldn't answer any questions.
Yep. He's like, I can't talk to you. I'll get in trouble. They tell
Sorry,
me
I just put a load in this diaper that I got to clean out.
Yeah. And I guess one of his recent press conferences, he actually read the like in his statement on the teleprompters, like the instruction to end quote. He actually read that part out loud and gestured end quote. They're like, what the fuck did he just do?
He laid an egg.
Yeah.
And when he laid that egg, when he met the Pope, he did. He was pushing out an egg.
Oh yeah.
And it left a little brown spot. Everybody thought he pooped. It was just from straining to get that egg out.
Big brown spot.
And then he was over in the UK on that same trip, and he like farted really, really bad and loudly and smelly during a royal engagement. Like the Queen was there. And all these lesser royals were quoted as saying like that was absolutely disgusting, the most foulest thing I've ever smelled in my life.
No, he's not anybody to be proud of.
No.
I don't think we're very proud of him.
Well, the last thing I want to do is make excuses for a president to our fucking liberal European colleagues, if you know what I mean. I mean, have you seen what the Germans are doing recently? I mean, Merkel was a liberal in their eyes, or a conservative in their eyes. When she was liberal to the yous and the me's of the world, she was a conservative in Germany. And the people that the coalition of liberals that just replaced her, I feel sorry for Germany over the next whatever years.
Get this. I saw this on the news tonight. Did you hear about the election in Sweden?
And then the lady resigns
like
an hour later?
Not even an hour. It was like maybe a minute or two.
What the fuck was that all about? I saw the headline, but I got none of the details.
Okay, over there, like you can form a government after you're elected, out of your,
right,
other parties around you. Like they call it coalition governments.
Coalition government. Yeah. They do that all over the place.
Like immediately when this lady was elected president or prime minister, whatever it was, like her main coalition sidekick resigned, and two other people started whining about shit. And she's just like, I'm not having it. I don't want the job. I'm done. Yeah,
so they just don't want the job. It's a shit job. It's a shit show.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it.
She says that she can't work without a coalition government that falls apart, immediately after the results are announced. It's like, yeah, she didn't want nothing to do with it. But Sweden's been all fucking wishy-washy for years. They've got some strange politics over there.
Yes, they do.
But they didn't have any mandates, and very few.
Yeah, they did a real good job on this this whole COVID getting through this shit thing.
Yeah, and they got all that Muslim immigrant problems where you can't walk
they got that
anywhere day or night in certain cities because you're going to get blown up or stabbed or raped. I got a friend who's a police officer in Sweden. She's got three hats she wears. She's a cop in Sweden. She's a CSI investigator with the police in Sweden. And she's a combat medic with the Swedish Army who saw duty in Afghanistan. And she patrols her town which is far north of Sweden along the Bothnian Sea coast. And she can't, every time that she gets out of her car, she carries an AK-47 with her because she, the neighborhoods are so bad.
Well, I mean, why did she? Sidearm is where I would go, I guess, with that. But okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
dude. I mean, if I let that many people back in my country, if I let that many Muslims into my neighborhoods, yeah, I'd have a problem too.
Yeah, they fuck themselves.
Why did they do that?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's the thing that I don't understand about Merkel and their whole immigration thing. She was the one, the big champion behind this. I don't really understand why. Why? Why do you want to let all that kind of fresh, new, I don't know, for lack of, why?
I've got a possible answer to why. Possibility. Just again, stab in the dark. But I'm thinking that they were desperate because the German people were not having kids. And they were desperate. Their army was being depleted. They didn't have enough manpower in their military.
See, I kind of agree with. I kind of think that you're onto something there. I would extrapolate it even further and say that the automotive industry is the lead industry. It's pretty much the 50% of the economy in Germany, and the automotive industry has complained about lack of skilled workers or lack of workers. And so,
well, they need.
I don't know, huh?
They need cheap labor. They need gophers.
They need cheap labor, exactly.
And that too, but I think it's also the main thing is their population is diminished. And I think that was going on in a lot of Europe because
I agree with that.
European people have become impotent. There's so much homosexuality and everything going on there that the people aren't even, they're not hetero anymore. They don't have families or kids.
They're not giving us the kids we need. We're not getting the population growth that we need.
And they're
even
seeing
the replacement we're not getting that we need.
No, exactly. That's fucking them up. Now they've got all these unwanted people that are not going to bring, that are not going to help with the population. They're going to have a bunch of old Muslims without kids.
Yep. Because, starting back in the 60s and even back into the 50s, Germany was the #1 immigration route for Muslims into Europe because they had that Turkish guest worker program, and then they started expanding it to other countries. And
still do.
Yeah.
Still got that Turkish guest worker thing. And the Turks are the biggest diaspora in Germany.
Yep.
And of course, they're all Muslims.
They were when I was there.
So, but you know what? Europe's got their own fucking set of problems. I really don't feel sorry for them. I don't. It was all self-inflicted. They took a large caliber weapon to their own shoe and squeezed the trigger. So I'm sorry. I have nothing.
Yeah.
I just hope we don't follow them in these mistakes.
As far as that, immigration problem in that part of the world goes, there was on the news today, one of those migrant ships from Northern Africa capsized in the Med heading to Italy, I believe. And over 80 people were killed and a lot of people are missing. So who cares? Not me. I'm sorry, did I say that out loud? And I killed the chat.
Yeah, and bringing on the Muslims, and they're also fanning the flames of anti-Semitism in Germany too.
Yep.
It's not looking good for Europe at all.
Yeah, you're not hearing anything right now about that border migrant crisis with Belarus and what was it, Poland or the Czech Republic or something?
No, Poland. You had it right. The Belarus are trying to force Muslim immigrants across the border to Poland, forcing Poland to take them, and Poland is saying "fuck you," and the Russians are the ones behind it.
I saw a few days ago video of they had fire trucks at the border with water cannons spraying down the horde of people on the other side of the fence.
Yep. Hybrid warfare, they're calling it.
Oh, and then I saw tonight that it looks like we're going to be doing another mass airlift out of a shithole country to save innocent Muslim lives, because apparently things are getting really bad now in Ethiopia. They're moving a lot of, heavy transport planes into the region out there to start hauling people out of Ethiopia.
Sure, they want to integrate them into Europe.
Or they want to send them. They want to send them here like they did the Afghan refugees
and the Somalis.
Yep.
I'm already seeing it walking around my area. I'm seeing it here.
Yeah, and for years, the Ethiopians basically occupied and ruled the northern half of Somalia, uncontested, because the Somalian government just had no control. They were only, basically in control of Mogadishu in the south.
Well, the Sudanese have lost the northern part of their country.
Yeah, that whole place is fucked up.
Ooh. Can I say it? Shithole.
Shithole.
Shithole. Shithole.
Let's be perfectly honest. Some countries are better than others. To quote Paul.
Shithole, shithole, shithole. 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 Sorry.
It's all good.
I get carried away sometimes, shithole. Oh, yeah. Pardon me. Here, smoke this.
Thank you, sir.
Do you remember the cannibals of Uganda and Liberia?
Yeah. Oh, Liberia. That's
not personally, no.
Shithole.
But okay. Shithole.
Shithole. Not only is it a shithole, it's a shithole made by the United States of America.
One of the really good things that we've done over the last 100 years is perfected the art of creating shitholes.
Yep.
Like Liberia.
Like Liberia, exactly. That was one of our finest pieces of work there.
There's been pretty much verified rumors for years that like low-level employees and employees that are just assholes and get sent places, for retribution. If you work for the State Department overseas at any embassy or anything like that, Liberia is the worst.
Shithole.
I actually watched a movie about some shitholes last night. You know who Clive Cussler is, the author?
I do.
They did 10, 15 years ago, they Hollywoodized one of his novels, Sahara, which was a good book, but they turned it into a cheesy action film. But they go through like Lagos in Nigeria and a couple places upriver in that area. Oh, nasty places.
I'll tell you who did a real good rendition of Lagos and Nigeria was Lord of War with Nicolas Cage. And I know he's your favorite, but that was a fairly accurate rendition, I thought, of the Lagos, Nigeria area region.
Yeah. One of the is for I don't really much care for Nick Cage, but that was a decent movie. Oh, and shithole. Did you ever see District 9?
Yes, I did. Speaking of shitholes.
Yeah, that's
so. I don't want to steer us towards the military again. I know we tend to monopolize in that direction, and it drives the females away from the chat.
Yeah, no one's watching.
But let me see. What was I going to say? Well, fuck. I've lost my train of thought now. It'll come to me. Shithole. Exactly. Probably had something to do with shitholes.
Want to see a shithole? Walk 3 blocks east of the U.S. Capitol building. You're in a shithole.
Exactly. Watch for action in Israel towards Iran in the not too distant future. There's a lot of swirling under the surface there, and basically the catalyst of all this is the fact that today the Iranians came out and said, well, we're just not going to come back to the table because you're not giving us what we want. And so that was kind of the last straw for the Israelis, who the Americans have been saying, calm down, just calm down, it'll be okay. And the Israelis are now at the point where, you know what, fuck you, we're not calming down, and we're not going to let them do this shit, and we've got work to do, so get the fuck out of our way. And look for the Americans to do that. Anyway.
Okay, here's a question for you. Is Israel a member of the UN, military defense council or whatever they have? Did they hold a seat?
I guess is your question, are the Israelis part of the UN Security Council?
Yes, that's what I meant to say.
No, sir, they are not.
Oh, okay. I know Iran isn't, so.
No, and of course, everybody will want to say that they'll be bound by what the Security Council says, but nobody will. Particularly not the Israelis. The Israelis don't give a fuck. Have stopped listening to the Europeans. The only people they're listening to now is the Americans, and the only reason they're listening to the Americans is because we give them a shit ton of money. As a matter of fact, we just gave them a fresh shit ton of money. That said, look for, and there's been a lot of exercises of B1, B2, B21 stuff being escorted by Israeli and other Middle Eastern air forces and governments through Middle East. Go ahead.
Wouldn't that be a kicker if the B-21 was actually operational? Thinking about it, I wouldn't be surprised because we ran the B-2 and the F-117 for years before, it was publicized.
Before anybody says, hey, we got these. Exactly. Yeah. That's what black ops are called. That's why black operations are called black operations.
And maybe the same thing with that SR-72 they've been talking about. Who knows?
That's coming. Not only is that coming, that's almost here. And that'll be unmanned. Or like no, it'll have unmanned capability.
I don't think a human pilot could handle those speeds in G-forces. You know, that thing is going to be hypersonic.
Well, I mean, the SR-71 was a badass plane. Let's be clear. That thing exceeded all flight envelope.
Yep.
Everything's. It did shit the engineers didn't think that it would do. You know that as well as I do. And they've said that for years. So knowing that and having that experience, will they be able to put a person in an SR-72? Probably. Is it the preferred methodology? Probably not.
Yeah.
But I can see missions where a person would be required. I'm just saying. But I can also see, and the problem with unmanned operations in something like that is the possible loss of the technology to the other side.
Yep. That's
the big. There's risks.
When that's happened many times in the past. Okay, we lost that F-117 in Yugoslavia during the Baltic War.
Yep.
We lost the U-2 back in Russia. A couple of them.
We lost the 117 to the Pakistanis, who promptly sold it to the Chinese.
Yep.
So yeah, and that gives up a shit ton of fucking stuff. Technology.
Towards the end of World War II, when we were still allies with Russia, we were conducting some bombing raids on Japan that were long distance, and a couple of B-29 crews had to divert to Russia because they just couldn't make it to wherever they were supposed to go. And the Russians actually held them as prisoners and confiscated the B-29s and completely re-engineered them and built their own big-ass B-29 clones.
Yes, they did. Those cocksucking pieces of shit.
You know what? I hate to be a party pooper, but I'm starting to fall out here.
What? Yeah. We're not stimulating enough. Our conversation is not stimulating enough to keep you up.
He changed his name to Home Fries.
It's pretty late.
Yeah, it is. Well, it's 3:20 here, so it's probably like 12:20 your time.
1:19.
It is.
One. Yeah.
It's 1 his time. It's 12:19 my time, and I've got the next 5 days off. So
yeah, I don't have to get up there either tomorrow. I'm just falling out. I mean, I'm just not. I'm used to getting up really early and going to sleep early.
Yep. I'm trying to get my schedule back on something normal. And this ain't helping it, but that's okay. You're the guys that I'd prefer to talk to. So there.
This is the good part of the chat.
Right. Well, I mean, no, don't get me wrong. I mean, I like talking to everybody else, but
yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Me and Canoes have hung out for a while and lingered long after everybody left.
And of course, Smiley, he's just fucking, they're Smiley.
That's a handsome Chinese guy, isn't he?
It's a good looking Chinese guy. I'm saying it. I know nobody wants to say it, but I'm saying
gay.
Oh, yeah. I mean, how can you be a good looking Chinese guy and not look gay? Right?
So, Bill, do you have any plans for the day with family or anything? Dinner or anything?
I'm just staying home.
Dude, you need to hop in your shit and come down here and eat with me and the wife. You do. You're just a couple hours away anyway, so
Yeah,
and we're gonna have food coming out our ass.
that's probably 6 hours.
Yeah. That's right. You're north of Salt Lake City. So yeah, 6 hours.
Yeah, I'm just north, just a wee bit.
See the new house, meet the dogs, meet the wife, eat.
I'd actually like to see the surrounding area over there.
It's a nice place. I like it. We got apparently Thanksgiving is the holiday to be at the National Big Sand Dunes here in Amargosa Valley, Nevada, which is up the street. Apparently, that's when all of the RVers come in from all the RVers come in from California, Oregon, and Washington down here, pulling their not only their RVs but their ATVs, their side by sides, their quads. I mean, hundreds, if not more.
Yeah.
It's exciting times around here. Well, at least it is for me anyway. I'm learning all kinds of shit. Like, for instance, I learned that the local senior center has a brand new in-ground pool year-round. Further, the local senior center has Monday through Friday, they have dinner for $4. And on Fridays, they have breakfast for $4.
Yeah, we have similar things in my town. The city senior center, they do one dinner and one lunch a week, and then on all the holidays they have dinners, and during Lent every Friday they got the fish fry, and it's all very reasonable priced.
I am definitely going down there and getting some of that.
Lake Erie perch. That's the huge thing around here. The senior center has some of the best perch fry you can get.
Perch, as in fish?
Yes.
So big fish fry, big perch fries. That would be very.
It's huge here in the Cleveland area because we got the whole lake north of us as a fishery. So you're like literally every Friday you can pick and choose between 500 places to get fish fry in the Cleveland metropolitan area. They do it everywhere. We used to do it at my store. Every
now,
Friday.
Isn't Friday fish day in Catholic?
Yeah.
Catholic land. Okay. And again, I know nothing about Catholic land. I'm just. Does anybody know why Friday is fish day in Catholic land?
Yeah, the very word Friday actually was from frying fish. From the Catholic.
Kidding me.
No, I'm not. That's where we got the word Friday. That's what I've heard that from.
Yeah, I can contest that a little bit. Christianity adopted a lot of things that they took over from other religions. I think Friday is actually a Christianized interpretation of Freya's day, the pagan goddess Freya. Just like Thursday was Thor's day.
Okay, so this Freya chick, was she one of those green world sluts, or
no, she was a mystical squirrel in Pennsylvania.
A mystical squirrel from that explains a lot.
That explains a lot.
That explains a lot.
I could be wrong, but I've heard that in the past.
But now I do know that there's some, and I really need to know more about this, but why did the the Catholics adopted some Northern European fish religion, and that's where the fish hat comes from. And there's other fish symbolism in Catholicism.
I think ancient Christians and Catholics had different views concerning fish versus flesh, because they wanted to have a day where they would, sacrifice themselves in eating flesh, land-based meat. And for whatever reason, maybe because, they say Jesus was a fisherman.
He was a carpenter.
Well, I know that, but people say, he fished.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. The whole religious thing is over my head anyway.
Way over my head, but I'm making some headway in it. And I'll be honest with you, there's more fake there than meets the eye. I'm discovering that pretty much the entire Old Testament is just copied from early Indo books of Gilgamesh and Sumerian books of Gilgamesh that were written 3,000 to 5,000 years earlier than the New Testament, or Old Testament. So most of that is just a fucking, the whole Adam and Eve thing comes from 4 other religions.
And then on top of it all, after Christianity became king, there was that Roman emperor back when Eastern Europe was still part of the Roman Empire, and they had that the Nicene meeting.
Constantine. You're talking, Constantine.
And the big conference that they had there where they decided all those things. They debated
not only what books would go in, but what books would not go in.
Exactly. Just like
and there were thousands that didn't go in. Yes.
Code. Yeah.
So yeah, I find I'm learning more and more and more about these types of things. It turns out that because, according to Christian teaching, Jesus died on a Friday, fasting on Fridays became a way to honor his sacrifice. Okay. Fish, though, which are cold-blooded, were considered okay to eat on fasting days. Hence, fish on Fridays, Fish Friday. See, that's why I love this chat, is because always somebody knows.
Everybody's got their own little bit of wisdom about this.
Exactly. Thank you, Valentine. That is absolutely exactly on point. And thank you that fills a lot of holes for me, as a matter of fact. Fish on Friday, fasting fish, okay, and you could eat fish on Friday. Yep, absolutely, absolutely.
See, I'm the non-Catholic goofy guy. I've been to a bunch of fish fries before on Fridays, but I always opt out and get the chicken instead. Because I just don't care for fish.
Actually, Catholics can eat chicken. They can eat chicken on Friday.
If they get dispensation from their bishop, yeah.
No, they can.
Yeah.
They don't consider chicken or fish as meat.
Oh. Well, that makes no sense whatsoever. But okay. A big in Michigan, but I never knew why. Well, Michigan. A lot of Catholics, a lot of fish. I'm just thinking.
Well, that's what I was taught when I went through my Catholic days.
Dude, you've had Catholic days. You've had, what do we call them? Church of Latter-day Saint days. Any other days? I mean, do you ever have any like Hindu days or any Buddhist days or any maybe some Muslim days you had?
Yeah, I studied.
Just asking.
We do. Yep.
I studied all that. I did study all that.
Okay.
All that what you're talking about. Buddha, Muslims, Hinduism, Druidism, you name it.
I think it's all pretty cool, personally.
It's all what you call theology. It's all part of theology. Yeah.
I just find it interesting in how it all goes together, how it all relates, and how people use it, how people see it, how people use a religion, how our cultures are built around a lot of religious stuff. And I just think it's very interesting, even from a purely factual and scientific point of view. I find it incredibly interesting. Well, what I think is interesting is, let me see, how can I say this? Death. But more specifically, the process your brain goes through when you die, or these afterlife experiences that people say they've had. And I believe them. I believe people have had these experiences in their brain. I have no explanation for them, so I find it interesting. Anyway, that's another thing entirely. But that's built around religion, somewhat. Particularly when you hear people's interpretation of it.
A lot of times, a lot of the things we think, Don, are the things that we think are things that is all learned. The things we think are based on what we've learned in life.
I agree 1,000%. Or even things that have been taught to us.
Yeah, and what is beyond that? See, that's I want to get to. I always cared about what the truth of things are. But once you get past what we've been taught, and we're seeing it with all the bullshittery that's going on right now.
Bullshittery. I like that.
Yeah, we're seeing it now. We're seeing how much we thought we knew and find out we didn't.
Yes. Yes. Oh, yes.
So.
Thought we knew and didn't.
Yep. I just want to know the truth about everything. I'm tired of the bullshittery. I listen, I do listen. I mean, I listened to Q for a little while and I'm like, oh, there's more bullshittery.
Well, you have to listen. You have to listen to the point where I don't know. I mean, at some point you cut it off. You say, well, it's not for me. Or, well, I don't need that information. Or, well, I don't really want to hear what you have to say.
I'm not fully on board with Alex Jones and the InfoWars crowd. I'm not fully on board. I'm on board with a lot of it, but I'm not.
I don't think I'm fully on board with anybody doing anything. I really am. I mean, there's some laws of physics that I'm fully on board with, but there's a lot of that I don't really understand. So
yeah, it's kind of hard to argue with math, isn't it?
It is. It is. So those are some pretty compelling arguments, if you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. But outside of that, everything else is up to fucking interpretation. Literally, everything is subjective. Outside of the math thing. Tell me where I'm wrong.
So subjectivity is kind of like business math. Business math is completely subjective. It's not actually logic. It's just
I never really got where that whole being in a parentheses thing or being read was a positive. I just never got that. That's business math, by the way.
Yeah. sinking fund and all that
I
shit.
don't get it. I never, as counting, dude, I can do the most advanced statistical math you've ever seen, but accounting 101 throws me to the ground. It really does.
Yep, same here. Bookkeeping and accounting is like, it's like fucking Tibetan.
That's foreign math. That's foreign math.
Yep.
Well, I go from a scientific calculator to a freaking business calculator. That was a big. I mean, that was a hard learning curve to grab a hold of.
Objectivist.
Big difference.
See, and I really don't understand why people have to quantify or qualify what they are.
That's just like a generalized name that they tagged her personal philosophies into. It's more of it's a misnomer, to be honest with you. But if you read all her work, and yeah, they say that she created objectivism, but it wasn't the right name for it. She was staunchly anti-communist, and her personal values, kind of, it's hard to describe. You got to read Ayn Rand if you haven't. I could go into hours over it.
Who is this?
Say again, Bill?
Who is this that you're talking about?
The author's name is Ayn Rand.
Oh yeah. I've heard of her.
Yep. She's my prophet. Let's just put it that way.
Okay.
Prophet or prophetess?
Prophetess.
And you say that in a generalized, you use the word prophet in a generalized way.
Yeah. She basically, okay, her number one work was Atlas Shrugged. And when I read that book, it woke me up more than anything else as to what's going on and the way things are going. She called it years and years ago. It basically boils down to the evils of socialism.
Mm-hmm.
I've not seen the movie. What'd you say? The evils of socialism?
Yes.
Okay.
I actually, she was actually pretty old. When did she die, Ayn Rand?
It was back in the 70s or early 80s, I want to say.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, because she moved, she escaped Soviet Russia back in like the 30s or the late 20s, I want to say, when she was already like in her mid 20s to early 30s. And she went straight to Hollywood. She worked for a lot of the big studios doing script work and everything. And then she, people saw her, her personal writing and everything. And then they encouraged her, and she wrote some amazing fucking novels.
May even have read it. I may even have read it. Something that comes out of my memory somewhere vaguely.
Yeah, I mean, she didn't write all that much stuff. Like, she wrote like 5 major novels.
Yeah.
And a few pieces of like prose. And basically, she wrote a huge lecture that's a lot of colleges teach. And then there's her posthumous work that her literary executor, has been releasing over the years. And he's the guy that they have. There's an entity known as the Ayn Rand Institute, and this guy runs it. They do webinars all the time. You can find them online.
So dude came through today. I don't know if I told you, dude came through and cleaned the house today. The contractor has a service come through and clean the house, the last final clean, so to speak.
Are they all
Clean
women
the
dressed like
floors.
the French maids?
No, it's actually this one was a single guy.
Hmm.
And he literally started in one corner of the house and went all the way to the other end of the house. And he cleaned everything from stainless to windows to floors to walls to toilets. I mean, the whole house is fucking looks like a brand new hotel room now.
Nice.
Even blue shit in the toilet.
There you go.
I'm serious. It was fucking awesome. Can't argue with that.
Like the tidy bowl man came.
Exactly. Took out the trash. I mean, new garbage. He even ran all the empty dog dishes and my empty coffee cups through the dishwasher just to make sure the dishwasher worked. Then cleaned the dishwasher and presented all the clean dishes. Took them out and put them up.
Man, it's cold.
Anyway,
I think it's 10
Very
degrees. It's a good 10 degrees colder than it was last night.
so what would you say it is?
Here where I'm at, I've got a down jacket on and I'm outside. And I would say it's probably right around 28 degrees,
Fuck. And what elevation would you say that you are at?
4,500 feet, roughly.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, it's late November. You said 28 degrees at 4,500 feet. I don't
Yep.
see anything weird about that.
No, it's not weird. I wasn't saying it was weird. It's just the temperature dropped. What's weird is it dropped real fast in like one day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's been pretty nipply out all during the day today, even.
Nipply.
Yeah.
My wife hates it when I use that word. That and moist.
Moistly. Yeah. What's wrong with moist?
I don't, dude. Don't. Everything
There's
that you
only
could possibly
two things
suspect.
on this planet that I like moist, and one of them is a pineapple upside down cake. You can imagine what the other one is.
See, that's the thing. Home Fries doesn't want us to imagine. He wants us to come out and say it.
It starts with a P and ends with a Y.
It can't be poontang.
There you go.
Yeah, that'll work.
That ends with a Y.
Oh, man.
What are you doing? Hitting a bong or dabbing or what's up there?
No, every time I even smoke my tobacco pipe, it's just tobacco.
Maybe you should try one of those lung cleanse things with that the mullein, however they pronounce it.
Mullen.
Yeah, it's supposed to work pretty good from what I hear.
I didn't know. What is it?
I have no idea.
Mullein is that I think it's a type of grass.
Oh,
And
I know
it has properties that help cleanse your lungs. They sell supplement pills of it. It's probably on fucking InfoWars.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Huh.
Like if you go to Amazon and look up like supplements and type in Mullein, it'll give you all kinds of shit that pops up that for lens clung products.
The only really thing that I really remember was if you put mullet in your shoe, it's supposed to bring you good luck.
I've heard of it being used in a poultice, to help heal a wound.
Yeah.
It might have like antibiotic properties or something. I don't know.
Well, I've got, if I want it actually for lung congestion, I've actually got mustard seed to make a mustard pack.
There you go. Mustard is one of the great old herbs of the world.
Yeah. Got powdered mustard seed that I can make into a mustard pack.
Yeah, I've got mustard seed in my kitchen cabinet.
Yep. It's just we mix it about half mustard seed, powdered mustard seed, and half flour and water, and that's it.
I keep it around in case I want to do like a dry rub on some meat. If I'm doing like a dry rub barbecue on some pork or something, I grind up some of the mustard seed, mix it with paprika and pepper and salt.
Well, it is good for that. It's good in sandwiches with lunch meat. Instead of pouring mustard on it, ground mustard seed, just kind of rubbing it on there. Actually, you don't get all the vinegar and salt flavor. So if you got an issue with vinegar and salt, you could just use mustard seed by itself.
I should cut back on my salt, but I love vinegar. Yeah, so the vinegar doesn't bother me.
I actually drink vinegar.
Same here. I drink a shot of white vinegar every day. I can't do the cider vinegar though. That's just gross.
Never tried the white vinegar.
I've been doing that since I was about 12 years old.
What does that do for you?
It's just an overall health boost as far as I'm concerned. I can notice, I'll start feeling a little sluggish and tired if I don't take it for a couple of days.
Really?
Just like the turmeric.
Huh.
Although I'm going to have to switch turmeric brands because the last batch that I got made me sick.
Wow.
Every time I would take it, within half an hour, I'd be throwing it up. There's lots of places, lots of brands that sell turmeric. So,
yeah. I get mine from the Mexican store.
I get mine on Amazon.
I just get it in bulk. I mean, it's real cheap at the Mexican store. You go to the Mexican store, you get all your herbs and spices cheap. They only come in like plastic wrappers that are stapled, and you got to put them in your own containers. You get garlic powder. I mean, a lot more. You get a lot more for your money.
For sure.
And they have stuff that you can't find anywhere else. If I go to the Mexican store, I know I'll find sage. I could not find sage in any of the stores. I use sage in a lot of my cooking.
About the only thing I like sage in is sausage. And stuffing. That's just sage and sausage and stuffing.
I like it straight on eggs with black pepper, sage and black pepper. I put it on fried eggs, sunny side up eggs.
I like paprika in my eggs.
Do you?
Yeah.
I used to use a lot of paprika for stuff, but not lately. I like it on deviled eggs. Yeah. So we lost another one. Smiley.
Oh, he left quite a while ago. Probably 10, 15 minutes ago.
Yeah.
It's just the old boys now. In fact, I think I'm going to call it in about 10 minutes when I finish my drink.
Okay. That'll give me time to smoke one more bowl.
Yeah, I'll load her up.
So I like to throw some whole mustard seeds in soup.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I like to see little seeds floating around in my soup. That's the only reason. I don't even notice it. I can't even taste it. I don't know if it does makes any difference in the soup.
You know what I've had a taste for lately, but I cannot find it anywhere? New England style clam chowder.
Oh yeah.
You cannot find it like in the can in any local store right now. It's really weird.
Wow.
They must have had a bad clam season or something on the East Coast.
Huh. I wonder if you can buy canned clams, not in a chowder and make your own.
Yeah. You could make it yourself from scratch. Yeah, minced clams are always in stock at the stores, but I've never made it myself. I like the Campbell's version.
You ever had oyster stew?
No, but I've had oyster stuff before. I'm not a fan.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm not much of a seafood fan. I'll eat tuna a couple times a year. I like clam chowder, and I will eat calamari. That's about it.
Hmm.
And I don't like shellfish, and I don't like crustaceans.
I don't like octopus, but I had some. They were calling it calamari, but it was octopus. But it was in a marinara, and I really didn't know that it was octopus.
Yeah, I had
told me
one time I got kind of the same thing. It wasn't the same. It's bigger and chewier and doesn't have that fine taste that squid does.
No, I don't want to see the octopus face. I don't want to see the head. I have a weird thing going on in my mind about the face of an octopus. I just cannot. I'm sorry. I don't know. It was okay though. I mean, I ate it. There was no face in there. I didn't see any eyeballs.
Yeah, like around here, if you get calamari at any restaurant, it's going to be squid, and it's going to be small little rings, and maybe a couple stalks. You don't get any headpiece or nothing.
I got no problem with squid.
We got some good Italian restaurants here that their calamari is out of this world. Like, oh, it's so fucking good.
I'll eat.
Apex is in the chat. What's up, brother? Happy Thanksgiving.
And I'm not even a fan of cuttlefish either, and that's just another. I guess it's another form of calamari.
I wouldn't want it. Yeah, they just look too strange.
They look alien. Cuttlefish and octopus bug the hell out of me. Squid don't. I don't know why.
Now, like everybody around here loves lobster. I had lobster once in my life, and I thought it was one of the most disgusting things I ever put in my mouth. Ugh.
Don, what is the best seafood you've ever had?
Well, I was going to say lobster, but there goes that. No, I actually like most all seafood crustaceans. So shrimps, lobsters, crawdads, all of that I'm good with. I like it all. I like it all either. Most of it's steamed. I'm an Old Bay fan. What can I say? let's see, anything in a Louisiana gumbo is I'm normally good with.
Well, and
Tempura,
isn't
yeah,
that,
there's fucking. I love Japanese tempura.
that Italian dish, Ciapano, like fish and mollusk stew, it's a tomato-based fish stew. That's real popular around here.
The Italians are generally spot on with their pesce. I like calamari. I couldn't look it in the face, that's for sure. Cuttlefish don't do anything for me. Just standard broiled fish doesn't do anything for me, but fried fish, deep fried fish, catfish, that kind of thing, or any kind of, fish and chips, UK or Irish style would be wonderful. I like fried. I'm a big fan of fried foods, pretty much everything fried. You could fry a fucking tennis shoe for me and I would dig it.
What about something like a baked salmon?
Negative. I've had baked salmon before. It's not bad, for finger food. But as an entree, I probably wouldn't. Soft shell crab also kind of freaks me out. I see the people in Maryland and on East Coast take that same soft shell crab, deep fry it, and then put it on a bun and eat that shell and everything else. That kind of fucking grosses me out. I like crab meat. I don't care for that whole soft shell thing. That's just my opinion. Why don't you throw a link up for Apex there?
Okay.
But it's my own personal thing. I mean, most crustaceans I'll eat in one form or another.
My battery is dying on me.
Yeah, and I'm about ready to call it anyway.
And
all right,
you heard when I had it plugged in and you kept hearing that beeping because of that short.
Yep.
And I never charged it enough.
Actually, I thought we were hearing just the vibration. That was pretty cool.
All right, so fire in the bowl one more time for the night.
All right, smoke them if you got them. Light them up.
Yeah, I'm gonna look into that lung cleanse or Mullen or something.
Yeah.
That Canoes was talking about.
Yeah, check it out on Amazon.
Because I'll wake up in a coughing fit in the middle of the night. I don't know what the hell's going on. But I've got some congestion. It just doesn't seem like it's coming all the way out,
I'm still getting used to the dry here in the West.
Yeah, or Mucinex. Mucinex is the one, I think.
Well, take some Robitussin and you can get high off of it. Drink enough of that stuff, it's like taking acid.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Never took acid, so I don't know what it's like.
Oh, you don't know what you're missing. That's the one hard drug that if I ever came across it again, I would do it without question. I liked it that much, but it would have to be like certifiably pure. I wouldn't take, something some dude selling on the street.
See, that's the problem with acid is inconsistency.
Yes. And it all stems, at least in my area, there was one guy who lived in, I think he was in Indiana. It was either Indiana or Michigan about almost 20 years ago. And he was the main supplier of LSD for the entire upper Midwest. And he got popped and he ended up getting something like, I don't know, 4 or 5 life sentences. He'll never see the light of day again. And that completely dried up the supply of LSD in Ohio for probably 3 or 4 years until they started getting some in. I think it was coming out of Colorado. Yeah, but this guy's shit was pure. And Sick Pat actually knew the guy personally. Ugh. So Apex, you doing family dinner today? I hope. I'm not. My mom's just too tired and she's still recovering from pneumonia, so she decided she didn't want to cook and have company over. And I didn't find out until yesterday, because I'm not important enough to inform, I guess. So I'm staying home and making myself a big meatloaf dinner, which is just as good for me, if not better. It's 4:02 in the morning, and I'm going to call it a night, folks. If anybody's still lurking.
Roger that, sir.
Dropping in. Don, always a pleasure. Happy
Same
that
here.
you're moved in.
Yep. Thank you.
I caught the tail end of the tour, but it still looked good.
Oh, it's awesome. It's awesome. But thank you very much. All right. Night, everybody. Night, Valentine's, Apex, the game, and Valentine. All righty, guys. See you tomorrow.
Peace out.
Take care.
Enjoy the holiday. Catch you on the flip side.